Introduction. Why lobsters, bucko? Look, I'm going to tell you something, and this is really something. I was sitting in my office the other day, roughly speaking, and I was watching this documentary about lobsters. And there was this moment, this moment, where they showed a lobster molting. Just shedding its entire shell. Its entire protective structure. Everything it had built up, everything that had kept it safe, just gone. And it sits there, completely vulnerable, completely exposed to the chaos of the ocean floor, and it's beautiful, man. It's so bloody beautiful I can't even. Well, that's the thing about truth, isn't it? It hits you like a lobster claw to the solar plexus of your soul. And I realized, sitting there in my ergonomic chair, which, by the way, is a manifestation of Western civilization's attempt to impose order on the fundamental chaos of human spinal architecture, I realized that we're all molting, bucko. Every damn day. Shedding our old selves, our old ideas, our old ways of being, and standing there naked as a freshly molted crustacean in the face of existence itself. Now, you might ask, and this is a reasonable question, the kind of question my grandmother would have asked, God rest her soul, she who survived the Depression and 2 world wars and never once complained about the fundamental suffering inherent in conscious existence. You might ask, Jordan, why lobsters? Why not, say, wolves? Or eagles? Or some other noble creature that doesn't look like an underwater spider having an existential crisis? And that's exactly the point. That's precisely why lobsters are so bloody important. You see, roughly speaking, and I mean this in the most technical neurobiological sense, lobsters have been around for 350 million years. 350 million years. Do you understand what that means? These creatures were establishing dominance hierarchies when our ancestors were still figuring out which end of a fish to eat first. They've been running on the same serotonin-based neurochemical reward systems that we have. The same systems. A lobster on Prozac, and yes, this is real, this has been studied, a lobster on Prozac will march right up to the biggest, baddest lobster in the tank and challenge it to a fight. Just like a human being on antidepressants might finally ask for that promotion or leave that toxic relationship or, and this is crucial, clean their bloody room. But here's where it gets really interesting, and by interesting I mean terrifying in the way that only truth can be terrifying. During my difficulties, and look, I've talked about this before, but it bears repeating because the stakes are so high, during my benzodiazepine withdrawal, when I was literally fighting for my sanity in the depths of pharmaceutical hell, I kept thinking about lobsters. I know how that sounds. I know how completely insane that sounds. But hear me out. There I was, lying in my bed in this clinic in Russia. Can you believe it? A Canadian psychology professor having his consciousness reassembled by Russian doctors, like some kind of Cold War fever dream written by Dostoevsky himself, and I was experiencing what I can only describe as the complete dissolution of everything I thought I knew about reality. The benzos had rewired my GABA receptors so thoroughly that my brain was essentially a bag of malfunctioning Christmas lights, blinking randomly in the darkness of pharmaceutical withdrawal. And in that darkness, in that absolute chaos of neural misfiring and existential terror, I remembered the lobsters. I remembered that even these ancient, simple creatures, and I use simple only in the neurological sense, because nothing about existence is simple, nothing about consciousness is simple, nothing about the responsibility of being is simple. Even these creatures understand something fundamental about existence that we've somehow forgotten. They understand hierarchy. They understand that life is struggle. They understand that dominance and submission aren't just social constructs imposed by the patriarchal Western civilization, they're built into the very architecture of biological existence itself. A lobster doesn't need a gender studies degree to understand that some lobsters are higher in the hierarchy than others. It doesn't need a postmodern critique of power structures to know that the big lobster gets the best cave and the most attractive mate. And lying there in that Russian clinic, with my nervous system screaming like a car alarm in the middle of the night, I realized that the lobsters had been trying to tell us something all along. They were saying, look, bucko, and yes, lobsters would definitely say, "Bucko," if they could talk. "Trust me on this. Look, Bucko, life is hard. The ocean is dark and full of predators. But you can still stand up straight. You can still fight for your territory. You can still climb the hierarchy, one claw hold at a time." Now, this brings me to something absolutely crucial, and I mean crucial in the sense that the entire fate of Western civilization might hang on this point. The parallels between lobster neurotransmitter systems and the collapse of the Roman Empire are not coincidental. They're archetypal. They're mythological. They're written into the very structure of reality itself. Consider this: Rome fell, roughly speaking, when its citizens stopped believing in the hierarchy. When they stopped believing that some things were higher than others, that some values were worth fighting for, that some traditions were worth preserving. The Romans went from being disciplined, hierarchical, lobster-like creatures who built aqueducts and conquered continents, to decadent, egalitarian, jellyfish-like beings who couldn't even defend their own borders. And what happened to their serotonin systems? Well, that's where it gets really interesting from a neurochemical perspective. You see, serotonin, 5-hydroxytryptamine, to be precise, is not just some simple neurotransmitter that makes you feel happy. That's the kind of reductionist thinking that's destroying our understanding of consciousness itself. Serotonin is the molecular substrate of dominance hierarchies. It's the biochemical foundation of social order itself. When a lobster wins a fight, its serotonin levels spike. When it loses, they plummet. This isn't metaphorical. This is measurable, quantifiable, reproducible science. The winning lobster's posture changes, its antennae rise, its entire neurological architecture reorganizes itself around the fundamental fact of its elevated status in the hierarchy. And here's the kicker: if you take that defeated lobster and inject it with serotonin, it will immediately adopt the posture and behavior of a dominant lobster. It will march right up to the previous winner and challenge it again. Now, extrapolate that to human societies. The Romans understood hierarchy. They had a functional serotonin-based social system that lasted 1,000 years. But when they abandoned the principles that made hierarchy functional, when they stopped rewarding competence and started rewarding decadence, their collective neurochemistry collapsed. They became, neurologically speaking, a civilization of defeated lobsters. And this brings me to something that's been troubling me deeply, and I mean this in the most fundamental philosophical sense. During my ordeal with benzodiazepine withdrawal, and I'm going to be brutally honest about this because the implications are too important to ignore, I experienced what I can only describe as a complete neurochemical apocalypse. The benzodiazepines had essentially turned my GABA receptors into a neurological wasteland. GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, is the brain's primary inhibitory neurotransmitter. It's what keeps your neurons from firing chaotically like some kind of biological machine gun. When you disrupt GABA function, and I'm talking about disruption at the level of receptor binding affinity, allosteric modulation, and chloride channel conductance, you don't just experience anxiety. You experience the complete dissolution of the neurological substrate that makes consciousness possible. I'm talking about depersonalization, derealization, the absolute terror of watching your own mind disintegrate in real time while remaining conscious enough to observe the process. And in that state, in that neurochemical hell, I kept returning to the lobsters. Because lobsters don't have benzodiazepine receptors. They don't have the neurological machinery to become dependent on external chemical interventions. They have to face the chaos of existence with their natural neurochemistry intact. And somehow, these ancient creatures have figured out how to maintain functional social hierarchies for 350 million years without a single pharmaceutical intervention. This is where the parallels to Roman civilization become even more striking. The Romans didn't have Xanax. They didn't have Ativan. They had to build their empire with their natural neurochemistry intact, just like the lobsters. And when they started seeking artificial solutions to the fundamental problems of existence, when they turned to bread and circuses instead of discipline and virtue, their entire social structure began to collapse. But here's where it gets really complex, and I mean complex in the mathematical sense. We're dealing with what chaos theorists call a strange attractor, a system that appears random but is actually governed by underlying patterns of extraordinary complexity. The relationship between individual neurochemistry and social hierarchy isn't linear. It's not a simple cause and effect relationship. It's a dynamic, recursive, self-organizing system that emerges from the interaction of millions of individual serotonin-mediated decisions. Consider the work of Stuart Kauffman on fitness landscapes, the idea that evolutionary adaptation occurs not on a smooth gradient but on a rugged, multidimensional surface with multiple peaks and valleys. Human societies, like lobster hierarchies, are navigating these fitness landscapes constantly. The Romans found themselves trapped in a local minimum, a stable but suboptimal configuration that felt comfortable but was ultimately unsustainable. And this is where my daughter Michaela's carnivore diet becomes absolutely crucial to understanding the deeper implications of what we're discussing. Now, you might think I'm making an absurd leap here, but bear with me. Michaela discovered, through years of careful self-experimentation and elimination protocols, that her autoimmune condition, juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, could be completely controlled through dietary intervention. She eliminated everything except ruminant meat, salt, and water. Everything else, grains, vegetables, fruits, all the foods that modern nutritional science tells us are essential, everything else was causing systemic inflammation. The parallels to the lobster hierarchies are profound. Lobsters are essentially carnivorous. They eat other crustaceans, mollusks, fish, worms. They're apex predators in their ecological niche. They don't have access to processed foods, seed oils, or any of the inflammatory compounds that have infiltrated the modern human diet. Their neurochemistry is clean, uncompromised by the kind of dietary chaos that's destroying human health at the molecular level. And here's the really disturbing part. The research on the gut-brain axis suggests that dietary information directly impacts serotonin production. The majority of serotonin in the human body is produced in the gut, not the brain. When you consume inflammatory foods, you're not just affecting your digestive system, you're fundamentally altering the neurochemical basis of your ability to navigate social hierarchies. This is why the lobster metaphor is so powerful. These creatures have maintained functional social systems for hundreds of millions of years, eating a diet that's essentially the aquatic equivalent of what Michaela discovered works for humans. They're not consuming grains that were only introduced to human diets 10,000 years ago, an evolutionary blink of an eye. They're not eating processed foods loaded with linoleic acid and artificial preservatives. They're eating the diet their neurochemistry evolved to process. Now, I want to be clear about something, and this is where the philosophical implications become truly staggering. I'm not suggesting that humans should literally eat like lobsters. That would be absurd, and frankly dangerous. What I'm suggesting is that the lobster's approach to existence, its fundamental orientation toward hierarchy, its uncompromising relationship with reality, its neurochemical integrity, represents something we've lost in our rush toward technological civilization. The lobster doesn't question whether hierarchies are socially constructed. It doesn't waste cognitive resources on postmodern deconstructions of power relations. It simply recognizes that some lobsters are bigger, stronger, and more capable than others, and it organizes its behavior accordingly. This isn't depression, it's reality. It's the fundamental structure of existence itself. And this is where the connection to Jung's work becomes essential. Jung understood that the psyche is hierarchically organized. The ego, the shadow, the anima or animus, the self, these aren't just psychological concepts. They're descriptions of the actual architecture of consciousness. And this architecture is fundamentally hierarchical. The self is higher than the ego, which is higher than the shadow, which is higher than the unconscious chaos from which consciousness emerges. The lobster embodies this hierarchical understanding at the most basic biological level. It doesn't need therapy to understand its place in the world. It doesn't need to deconstruct its identity or question its fundamental assumptions about reality. It simply acts in accordance with the hierarchical structure of existence, and somehow, miraculously, This works. It's worked for 350 million years. But here's the tragedy of modern human existence, and I mean tragedy in the classical Greek sense, the downfall of the hero through his own character flaws. We've convinced ourselves that we can transcend hierarchy through ideology. We've convinced ourselves that we can reprogram the fundamental structure of consciousness through social engineering. We've convinced ourselves that we can create equality by denying the reality of difference. And the result? Mass prescription of psychiatric medications. Epidemic levels of anxiety and depression. Social chaos. Political polarization. The collapse of traditional institutions. The rise of radical ideologies that promise to solve all problems through the elimination of hierarchy itself. But the lobsters are still there, on the ocean floor, maintaining their hierarchies, organizing their societies, living their lives in accordance with principles that have proven sustainable for hundreds of millions of years. They're not anxious about their place in the hierarchy. They're not depressed about the unfairness of existence. They're not trying to deconstruct their own biology. They're just being lobsters. And somehow, that's enough. This is why I wrote this book. Because I believe, and I mean this with every fiber of my being, that we can learn something essential from these ancient creatures. Not that we should become lobsters, but that we should remember what it means to be oriented toward truth rather than ideology, toward competence rather than comfort, toward meaning rather than happiness. The Lobster's Guide to Modern Life isn't about becoming a crustacean. It's about remembering what it means to be a conscious being in a hierarchical universe, and learning to navigate that reality with the same integrity and purpose that has sustained these remarkable creatures for hundreds of millions of years. Because if we can't learn from the lobsters, if we can't remember these fundamental truths about existence, then we're going to end up like the Romans, a civilization that forgot the principles that made it great, and collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. And that, bucko, is something we simply cannot afford to let happen. Rule 1. Stand up straight with your claws extended. Look, this is going to sound completely insane, but I need you to imagine, for a moment, that you're a lobster. Not metaphorically, I mean this in the most literal neurobiological sense possible. Picture yourself as a Homerus americanus, roughly 4 to 6 pounds, sitting on the benthos of the North Atlantic continental shelf at approximately 200 meters depth, where the pressure is roughly 21 atmospheres and the temperature hovers around 4 degrees Celsius. Now, in this environment, and this is crucial, your entire existence depends on a complex interplay of biomechanical leverage systems, hydrodynamic flow patterns, and what marine biologists call agonistic behavioral displays. When a lobster encounters another lobster, the first thing that happens, and I mean the very first thing, before any conscious processing occurs, is a rapid assessment of relative dominance based entirely on postural configuration. The dominant lobster extends its chelipeds, that's the technical term for claws, and yes, the terminology matters because precision of language reflects precision of thought. The dominant lobster extends its chelipeds at precise angles that maximize the perception of body size while simultaneously optimizing the biomechanical advantage for potential combat scenarios. We're talking about complex trigonometric calculations being performed by a nervous system that consists of approximately 100,000 neurons, compared to our 86 billion. But here's where it gets really interesting from a computational neuroscience perspective. The lobster's postural display system is governed by a distributed network of ganglia, essentially decentralized processing nodes, that integrate proprioceptive feedback, visual input, and chemosensory data in real time. This is a biological implementation of what computer scientists call a multi-agent system with emergent collective intelligence properties. And the remarkable thing, the absolutely staggering thing, is that this system produces behavioral outcomes that are mathematically equivalent to Nash equilibrium solutions in game theory. The lobster's posture isn't just a display, it's an optimization function that maximizes survival probability across multiple strategic dimensions simultaneously. Now, you might think I'm making an absurd leap here, but stay with me. The neurochemical pathways that govern lobster postural displays are mediated by the same serotonergic and dopaminergic systems that regulate human confidence and social dominance behaviors. We're talking about phylogenetically conserved mechanisms that have remained functionally identical across 550 million years of evolutionary divergence. This brings me to something that's been troubling me deeply, and I mean this in the context of what Heisenberg called the ontological shock of quantum mechanics. When you observe a lobster assuming a dominant posture, you're not just witnessing a behavioral display, you're observing the manifestation of what Jung would have recognized as an archetypal pattern encoded in the collective unconscious of all vertebrate and arthropod species. Jung understood, and this is where his work intersects with modern complexity theory in ways that are almost supernatural. Jung understood that certain patterns of behavior transcend individual psychology and represent what he called phylogenetic residues in the psyche. The upright posture, the extension of appendages, the assumption of maximum spatial volume, these aren't learned behaviors. They're archetypal imperatives that emerge from the deepest layers of biological memory. But here's where it gets really disturbing, and I mean disturbing in the way that only truth can be disturbing. Modern postural patterns in human populations represent a systematic deviation from these archetypal norms that correlates precisely with the rise of what I can only describe as neo-Marxist ideological possession in academic and cultural institutions. Consider the phenomenology of slouching, and yes, I'm using phenomenology in the strict Husserlian sense, referring to the direct investigation of consciousness as it presents itself to experience. When a human being adopts a slouched posture, several things happen simultaneously at the neurobiological level. First, there's a measurable decrease in testosterone production due to compression of the thoracic cavity and reduction in optimal breathing patterns. Second, there's an increase in cortisol secretion triggered by the activation of threat detection systems that interpret postural collapse as a sign of submission or defeat. But the most insidious effect occurs at the level of what cognitive scientists call embodied cognition, the idea that bodily states directly influence mental states through feedback loops that operate below the threshold of conscious awareness. When you slouch, you're not just affecting your physical appearance, you're literally reprogramming your neural networks to process information in ways that reinforce feelings of powerlessness, incompetence, and existential defeat. This is why postmodern ideology is so dangerous. It systematically undermines the archetypal patterns that have sustained human civilization for millennia. When you teach people that hierarchies are oppressive social constructs rather than natural organizing principles, you're essentially training them to adopt the neural and postural patterns of defeated lobsters. And here's the really terrifying part: this isn't accidental. The postmodern critique of hierarchy serves a specific ideological function. It creates populations of neurochemically compromised individuals who are physiologically incapable of mounting effective resistance to totalitarian control systems. My grandmother understood this instinctively. She lived through the Depression, the Second World War, the rise of fascism in Europe, and she maintained perfect posture until the day she died at 93. Not because she was trying to make a political statement, but because she understood at a visceral level that posture is a form of resistance against the forces of chaos and tyranny. I remember watching her walk across her living room when she was 90 years old, back straight, shoulders back, head held high, and thinking that I was witnessing something archetypal. She was embodying what Nietzsche called amor fati, love of fate, the willingness to stand upright in the face of suffering and maintain dignity regardless of circumstances. This connects directly to what biblical scholars call the imago Dei, the idea that human beings are created in the image of God. The upright posture isn't just a physical position, it's a theological statement. It's a declaration that consciousness itself is sacred, that the individual has inherent worth that transcends social utility, that there's something divine about the capacity to stand erect and face the world with dignity. But you can't understand the full significance of this without delving into the biomechanics of bipedal locomotion and its relationship to cognitive evolution. When our hominid ancestors transitioned from quadrupedal to bipedal posture approximately 6 million years ago, it wasn't just a change in movement patterns, it was a fundamental reorganization of the relationship between body and mind. Bipedalism freed the hands for tool use, which created selective pressure for increased brain size and complexity. But more importantly, it established what paleoanthropologists call the cognitive postural feedback loop, a dynamic system where improvements in cognitive capacity enabled better postural control, which in turn created conditions for further cognitive enhancement. This is why posture isn't just about physical health or social signaling, it's literally connected to the evolutionary trajectory that made human consciousness possible. When you slouch, you're not just violating social norms, you're betraying the entire phylogenetic struggle that elevated our species from the primordial chaos of unconscious existence. Now, this brings me to something that's going to sound completely mad, but I need you to understand the mathematical foundations of what we're discussing. The relationship between posture and consciousness can be modeled using what mathematicians call differential topology, the study of smooth manifolds and their properties under continuous transformations. Think of consciousness as existing on a high-dimensional manifold where each point represents a possible state of awareness, and postural configurations as vector fields that influence the trajectory of conscious states through this space. Upright posture creates what topologists call an attracting fixed point, a stable configuration that draws nearby states toward optimal functioning. Slouched posture, conversely, creates what chaos theorists recognize as a strange attractor, a pattern that appears stable but actually traps the system in suboptimal configurations that become increasingly difficult to escape as time progresses. This is why the lobster metaphor is so powerful. Lobsters don't have to think about posture. Their neurological architecture automatically optimizes postural configurations in response to social and environmental demands. They've solved the consciousness posture optimization problem through 350 million years of evolutionary refinement. But here's where it gets really interesting from a group theory perspective. The symmetries inherent in optimal postural configurations correspond to what mathematicians call the exceptional light groups, particularly E8, which has 248 dimensions and represents the most beautiful and complex symmetry structure known to mathematics. When you stand up straight with your shoulders back and your head held high, you're not just adopting a physical position, you're aligning yourself with fundamental symmetries that underlie the structure of space-time itself. This isn't mysticism, this is mathematical reality at the deepest possible level. And this connects to something absolutely crucial about what's happening in our educational institutions. When professors encourage students to question authority, to deconstruct traditional hierarchies, to adopt relativistic attitudes toward truth, they're essentially teaching them to break these fundamental symmetries. The result is what I can only describe as a kind of cognitive scoliosis, a systematic distortion of consciousness that manifests physically in poor posture, psychologically in depression and anxiety, and socially in the inability to form stable hierarchical relationships. This is why I tell people to stand up straight. Not because it's good advice, though it is, but because it's a form of metaphysical rebellion against the forces that want to reduce human consciousness to a collection of social constructs and chemical reactions. When you extend your claws, metaphorically speaking, when you assume the postural configuration of a dominant lobster facing the chaos of existence, you're making a fundamental statement about the nature of reality itself. You're declaring that consciousness matters, that individual dignity is worth defending, that the struggle for meaning transcends the particular difficulties of any given moment. But you have to understand, and this is where the archetypal dimension becomes crucial, the act of standing upright connects you to a mythological pattern that extends back to the very origins of consciousness itself. Every hero myth, every story of transformation and transcendence, begins with the moment when the protagonist stops cowering and stands up to face whatever dragon is terrorizing the kingdom. This is what Jung meant when he talked about the hero's journey as the fundamental pattern of individuation. The physical act of standing up straight is the embodied expression of the psychological act of taking responsibility for your own existence. And here's the thing about responsibility, it's not just a psychological concept. It's a physical reality encoded in the biomechanics of postural control. When you stand up straight, you're literally taking on the gravitational field of the earth as a voluntary burden. You're declaring your willingness to bear the weight of existence rather than collapse under its pressure. This is why the crab walk is so significant from an archetypal perspective. Crabs move sideways, they approach their goals indirectly, avoiding direct confrontation with the challenges they face. This represents what Jung would have recognized as the shadow's attempt to avoid the heroic confrontation with reality. When you walk like a crab, when you approach life sideways, when you avoid direct engagement with the fundamental problems of existence, you're betraying the archetypal pattern that makes consciousness possible. You're choosing the path of the trickster rather than the path of the hero. But when you stand up straight, when you extend your claws and face the world directly, you're embodying the archetypal pattern of the warrior king, the individual who has accepted the responsibility of consciousness and is willing to bear whatever suffering that entails. This is the first rule because it's the foundation of everything else. You cannot clean your room, you cannot tell the truth, you cannot take responsibility for your life until you first declare, through the simple act of postural alignment, that you are willing to exist as a conscious being in a universe that demands the highest price for the privilege of awareness. Stand up straight. Extend your claws. Face the dragon. Because if you don't, bucko, the dragon is going to face you. Rule 2. Treat yourself like a lobster you are responsible for helping. This is going to sound absolutely insane, but I need you to consider the following thought experiment. Imagine you're a marine biologist, and I mean this in the most rigorous scientific sense, someone with a PhD in invertebrate zoology from a prestigious institution like Woods Hole or the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and you've been tasked with maintaining a colony of Homerus americanus specimens for long-term behavioral research. What would you do? Well, first, you'd establish optimal environmental parameters. You'd maintain water temperature at precisely 12 to 15 degrees Celsius, salinity at 32 to 35 parts per thousand, dissolved oxygen levels at 6 to 8 milligrams per liter, and pH between 7.8 and 8.2. You provide appropriate substrate, coarse sand mixed with shell fragments to facilitate natural burrowing behaviors. You'd establish a feeding schedule based on metabolic calculations that account for temperature-dependent enzymatic activity rates. In other words, you'd treat these lobsters with the kind of meticulous scientific care that recognizes their biological needs as non-negotiable requirements for optimal functioning. You wouldn't feed them processed garbage. You wouldn't keep them in chaotic, polluted environments. You wouldn't subject them to chronic stressors that would compromise their neurological integrity. But here's the absolutely staggering thing, and this is where the philosophical implications become truly mind-bending. Most human beings treat themselves with less care and attention than a competent marine biologist would show to a research lobster. Think about this from the perspective of what systems theorists call recursive self-reference, the phenomenon where a system becomes conscious of itself as a system and must therefore take responsibility for its own maintenance and optimization. This is unprecedented in evolutionary history. No other organism has to consciously decide how to treat itself. A lobster's self-care is entirely automatic, governed by homeostatic mechanisms that have been refined over hundreds of millions of years. But consciousness creates what cognitive scientists call the metacognitive paradox. You become aware of your own awareness, which means you must now consciously choose how to relate to yourself. And this choice, this fundamental decision about self-treatment, determines everything else about your existence. Now, this connects to something absolutely crucial in Jung's analytical psychology, particularly his concept of the transcendent function, the psyche's capacity to mediate between conscious and unconscious contents through what he called active imagination. But Jung never fully explored the implications of this concept for self-care practices, and I think that's because he didn't understand the neurobiological substrate of what he was describing. What Jung was really identifying was the emergence of what neuroscientists now call metacognitive awareness, the brain's capacity to monitor and regulate its own cognitive processes. This capacity is mediated by the prefrontal cortex, particularly the anterior cingulate cortex and the insula, which integrate interoceptive signals, that's your body's internal state, with executive control mechanisms. But here's where it gets really complex from a dynamical systems perspective. The relationship between self-awareness and self-care creates what mathematicians call a strange loop, a hierarchical structure where the system is simultaneously the observer and the observed, the caretaker and the cared for. This creates what I can only describe as an ontological responsibility of the highest order. When you become conscious of your own existence as a biological system that requires maintenance, you can no longer claim ignorance about the consequences of your choices. Every decision about diet, sleep, exercise, environmental exposure, social relationships, every single choice becomes a moral statement about the value you place on consciousness itself. And this is where the lobster metaphor becomes absolutely essential. A lobster doesn't have to decide whether to groom itself. Grooming behavior is hardwired into its neural architecture through what ethologists call fixed action patterns. These are stereotyped behavioral sequences that are triggered automatically by specific environmental stimuli. But human self-care requires conscious choice, which means it's vulnerable to what psychologists call cognitive distortions, systematic errors in thinking that can lead to self-destructive patterns. The most common of these is what Aaron Beck identified as the negative cognitive triad: negative thoughts about the self, the world, and the future that create a self-reinforcing cycle of depression and self-neglect. This is where the Canadian healthcare system becomes absolutely relevant to understanding the deeper philosophical implications of what we're discussing. I've spent decades observing how socialized medicine creates what economists call moral hazard, the tendency for people to take greater risks when they're insulated from the consequences of those risks. When healthcare is free, and of course it's not really free, it's paid for through taxation that creates massive bureaucratic inefficiencies, people lose the direct feedback connection between their choices and their health outcomes. They start treating their bodies like rental cars instead of like precious biological systems that require careful maintenance. But here's the really insidious part. This externalization of health responsibility creates what I can only describe as a form of learned helplessness that extends far beyond medical care. When you delegate responsibility for your biological well-being to external authorities, you're essentially training yourself to believe that you're not competent to make decisions about your own existence. This connects to what Viktor Frankl identified as the existential vacuum, the sense of meaninglessness that emerges when individuals lose connection to their own agency and responsibility. Frankl understood, through his experience in Nazi concentration camps, that the capacity to maintain self-care even under the most extreme circumstances is directly related to one's sense of purpose and meaning. But Frankl didn't have access to what we now know about the neurochemistry of self-care behaviors. Recent research in behavioral neuroscience has identified specific neural circuits that mediate self-directed behaviors, particularly the interactions between the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, the anterior cingulate cortex, and the striatum. These circuits are modulated by dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin in ways that create what researchers call self-compassion networks, neural patterns that promote caring behavior directed toward the self. But here's the crucial point: these networks can be strengthened or weakened based on conscious practice. This is where Eastern contemplative traditions intersect with Western neuroscience in absolutely fascinating ways. Buddhist concepts like loving-kindness meditation and self-compassion practice are actually techniques for strengthening these neural networks through what neuroscientists call neuroplasticity, the brain's capacity to reorganize itself in response to experience. But you have to understand this in the context of what complexity theorist Stuart Kauffman calls adjacent possible, the idea that biological systems exist in a space of potential configurations, and small changes can lead to dramatically different outcomes through what chaos theorists call sensitive dependence on initial conditions. When you start treating yourself with the same care you would show to a valuable research specimen, you're not just changing your behavior, you're potentially triggering a cascade of positive changes that could fundamentally reorganize your entire existence. This is why the lobster metaphor is so powerful from a philosophical perspective. If you were responsible for maintaining a lobster's health and well-being, you would naturally want to optimize its environment, its nutrition, its social interactions, its cognitive stimulation. You would approach the task with scientific rigor and genuine care. But when it comes to self-care, most people operate according to what I can only describe as a form of internal tyranny. They treat themselves in ways they would never treat another living being, with criticism, neglect, contempt, and sometimes outright cruelty. This internal tyranny manifests in countless ways. People eat foods that they know are harmful. They deprive themselves of sleep, exercise, sunlight, social connection. They engage in chronic negative self-talk that would be considered psychological abuse if directed toward another person. They create living environments that are chaotic, dirty, and psychologically oppressive. And then they wonder why they feel depressed, anxious, and meaningless. It's like keeping a lobster in a polluted tank with inadequate food and terrible water conditions, then being surprised when it becomes lethargic and stops exhibiting normal behaviors. This connects to something absolutely fundamental in existentialist philosophy, particularly Sartre's concept of bad faith, the tendency to deny one's own freedom and responsibility by pretending to be a thing rather than a conscious being. When you neglect self-care, you're essentially choosing to exist in bad faith, treating yourself as an object rather than as a subject worthy of care and attention. But here's where it gets really interesting from a thermodynamic perspective. Living systems are what physicists call dissipative structures. They maintain their organization by constantly exchanging energy and matter with their environment. This requires what Ilya Prigogine called far from equilibrium conditions. The system must continuously work to maintain its structure against the natural tendency toward entropy and decay. Self-care, from this perspective, is not optional, it's a thermodynamic necessity. When you fail to maintain the energy flows that keep your biological system organized, you don't just feel bad, you literally begin to decay at the molecular level. Your cells accumulate damage, your neural networks become dysregulated, your immune system becomes compromised. This is why the research on telomeres is so significant. Telomeres are protective DNA sequences at the ends of chromosomes that shorten with age and stress. But research by Elizabeth Blackburn and others has shown that telomere length can be influenced by lifestyle factors, diet, exercise, stress management, social connection, even meditation practices. In other words, self-care isn't just about feeling good, it's about influencing the fundamental biological processes that determine aging and longevity at the cellular level. When you treat yourself well, you're literally changing the expression of your genes through what epigeneticists call environmental signaling. This brings me to something that's been troubling me deeply about modern therapeutic culture. There's a tendency to treat self-care as a form of self-indulgence, bubble baths, retail therapy, treating yourself to things that actually undermine your long-term well-being. This is what I call pseudo-self-care, activities that feel good in the moment but don't actually serve your deeper biological and psychological needs. Real self-care is much more demanding. It requires what the Stoics called discipline, the willingness to do what's necessary for your well-being even when it's difficult or uncomfortable. It means going to bed at a reasonable hour even when you want to stay up scrolling through social media. It means eating nutritious food even when you crave processed junk. It means exercising even when you feel tired and unmotivated. This is where the lobster metaphor becomes absolutely crucial. A marine biologist caring for research lobsters wouldn't indulge their momentary preferences, they would provide what the lobsters actually need for optimal functioning, based on scientific understanding of lobster biology. Similarly, treating yourself like a lobster you're responsible for helping means making decisions based on what you actually need for optimal functioning, not just what feels good in the moment. It means approaching self-care with the same scientific rigor and genuine concern that you would bring to caring for any valuable living system. And here's the really profound part: when you start treating yourself this way, something remarkable happens. You begin to develop what psychologists call self-efficacy, confidence in your ability to influence your own outcomes. This creates what behavioral economists call a virtuous cycle. Positive changes lead to increased motivation, which leads to more positive changes. But you have to understand that this process is fundamentally archetypal. In every hero myth, in every story of transformation and transcendence, there's a moment when the protagonist stops neglecting themselves and begins the process of self-development that makes heroic action possible. The hero doesn't start by slaying the dragon, they start by taking care of themselves well enough to become capable of dragon slaying. They train their body, discipline their mind, develop their skills, strengthen their character. They treat themselves like someone who might one day be capable of heroic action. This is what Jung meant when he talked about individuation as the central task of human existence. You can't become who you're meant to be if you're treating yourself like something disposable, something unworthy of care and attention. So treat yourself like a lobster you're responsible for helping. Feed yourself properly. Maintain your environment. Get adequate rest. Exercise your body and your mind. Seek out appropriate social stimulation. Protect yourself from unnecessary stressors. Not because you deserve it, though you do, but because consciousness itself deserves the respect of being housed in a biological system that's maintained with scientific precision and genuine care. Because if you won't take care of yourself, bucko, who will? Rule 3. Make friends with lobsters who want the best for your molting process. The phenomenological implications of crustacean intersubjectivity present us with what I can only describe as an epistemological paradox of the highest order. Consider the ethological complexities inherent in Homerus americanus social stratification patterns. We're dealing with what sociobiologists call conspecific recognition algorithms that operate through multimodal sensory integration involving mechanoreceptors, chemoreceptors, and photoreceptors in complex spatiotemporal configurations. When two lobsters encounter each other in the benthic zone, they engage in what behavioral ecologists term ritualized agonistic displays, mediated by neurochemical cascades involving octopamine, dopamine, and 5-hydroxytryptamine in feedback loops that would make cybernetics theorists weep with intellectual ecstasy. But here's the absolutely staggering part. These creatures are simultaneously assessing each other's fitness as potential allies or competitors through what game theorists recognize as iterated prisoner's dilemma calculations occurring at the neuronal level. This is not anthropomorphism. This is mathematical reality operating through biological substrates that have been refined by evolutionary algorithms for over 400 million years. We're talking about organic computing systems that solve optimization problems involving resource allocation, territory defense, mate selection, and cooperative foraging strategies in real time through what complexity theorists call emergent collective intelligence. But here's where the philosophical ramifications become truly vertiginous. Human friendship represents an exponentially more complex version of these same fundamental algorithms, operating through neural networks containing approximately 86 billion neurons with roughly 100 trillion synaptic connections, creating what information theorists estimate as computational capacity equivalent to 10 to 15 operations per second. The selection pressures that shaped human social cognition created what evolutionary psychologists call Machiavellian intelligence, the capacity to navigate complex social hierarchies through strategic cooperation and competition. But this capacity is mediated by neurochemical systems that are fundamentally identical to those governing lobster social behavior, scaled up through what mathematicians call fractal dimensionality to accommodate the exponentially increased complexity of human social environments. This creates what I can only describe as a catastrophic vulnerability in human social selection processes. Unlike lobsters, who assess potential associates through direct neurochemical feedback mediated by pheromonal signaling and immediate behavioral observation, humans must navigate social relationships through abstract symbolic representations that can be manipulated, distorted, and weaponized by individuals with sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation techniques. The implications are absolutely terrifying when you consider them through the lens of what complexity theorists call preferential attachment networks, the mathematical principle that governs how connections form in complex systems. In healthy networks, nodes with high connectivity attract more connections, creating what physicists call scale-free topologies that are simultaneously robust and efficient. But human social networks are vulnerable to what network theorists call parasitic attachment, the infiltration of nodes that exploit the network's connectivity for their own benefit while contributing nothing to the overall system's functionality. These parasitic nodes often present themselves as highly connected and valuable associates while systematically undermining the network's integrity through what psychologists recognize as dark triad personality characteristics, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. This is where Jung's concept of the shadow becomes absolutely crucial for understanding the archetypal dimensions of friendship selection. Jung understood that the psyche contains what he called autonomous complexes, semi-independent psychological subsystems that can operate outside conscious awareness and influence behavior through what he termed projection mechanisms. When you unconsciously project your own shadow contents onto potential friends, you create what analytical psychologists call participatio mystique, a psychological fusion that prevents accurate assessment of the other person's actual character and motivations. This is why people consistently choose friends who reinforce their worst tendencies rather than challenge them toward growth and self-improvement. The neurobiological substrate of this phenomenon involves what neuroscientists call mirror neuron systems, specialized cells that fire both when performing an action and when observing another individual performing the same action. These systems create what social psychologists term emotional contagion, the unconscious mimicry of others' emotional states and behavioral patterns. But here's the really insidious part. Mirror neuron activation is modulated by oxytocin and vasopressin, neurohormones that evolve to facilitate pair bonding and group cohesion. When you spend time with people who engage in self-destructive behaviors, your mirror neuron systems automatically begin incorporating those patterns into your own behavioral repertoire through what behavioral economists call social proof mechanisms. This creates what I can only describe as a form of psychological entropy, the gradual degradation of your own psychological organization through exposure to chaotic or destructive social influences. It's like keeping a healthy lobster in a tank with diseased specimens. The pathological patterns inevitably spread through the system, compromising the health of all individuals involved. This is where the concept of molting becomes absolutely essential for understanding the deeper archetypal significance of friendship selection. Molting, in crustacean biology, represents the fundamental process of growth and transformation. The lobster must literally shed its entire exoskeleton, its protective shell, its external identity, to allow for increased size and complexity. During the molting process, the lobster is extraordinarily vulnerable. It must hide in protective environments, often relying on the assistance of other lobsters who guard territory and provide resources during the period of maximum vulnerability. The selection of these protective associates is literally a matter of life and death. The wrong choice of companions during molting can result in predation, cannibalism, or exploitation. Human psychological development follows precisely the same pattern through what developmental psychologists call identity transitions, periods of psychological reorganization that require temporary abandonment of established self-concepts and behavioral patterns. During these transitions, individuals are extraordinarily vulnerable to social influences that can either support healthy growth or exploit the temporary dissolution of psychological defenses. This is why the choice of friends during periods of personal transformation is so absolutely crucial. You need what I call molting companions, individuals who understand the archetypal significance of psychological transformation and are committed to supporting your growth rather than exploiting your vulnerability. But identifying these individuals requires what cognitive scientists call theory of mind, capabilities operating at the highest levels of sophistication. You must be able to accurately model other people's internal states, motivations, and long-term behavioral patterns while simultaneously maintaining awareness of your own psychological projections and defensive mechanisms. This connects to something absolutely fundamental in attachment theory, particularly the work of John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth on secure-based behavior. Securely attached individuals develop what psychologists call internal working models of relationships that enable them to seek out and maintain connections with others who provide what Bowlby termed a safe haven and secure base for exploration and growth. But insecurely attached individuals, particularly those with what researchers call disorganized attachment patterns, often seek out relationships that recreate familiar patterns of chaos, unpredictability, and emotional dysregulation. They're unconsciously drawn to people who reinforce their existing psychological wounds rather than supporting healing and growth. This phenomenon is mediated by what neuroscientists call implicit memory systems, unconscious neural networks that store patterns of interpersonal experience and influence behavior through what researchers term procedural learning mechanisms. These systems operate below the threshold of conscious awareness, creating what attachment theorists call repetition compulsions, the tendency to recreate familiar relationship patterns regardless of their consequences. The only way to overcome these unconscious selection biases is through what Jung called individuation, the conscious integration of unconscious contents through deliberate psychological work. This requires what cognitive scientists call metacognitive awareness, the capacity to observe and modify your own mental processes in real time. But individuation is not a solitary process. It requires what Jung called dialectical relationships with others who are committed to their own psychological development. These relationships create what systems theorists call positive feedback loops that amplify growth and self-awareness rather than reinforcing stagnation and pathology. This is where the lobster metaphor becomes absolutely essential for understanding the practical implications of friendship selection. A lobster seeking molting companions would naturally gravitate toward other lobsters who demonstrate health, vitality, and pro-social behaviors. It would avoid lobsters showing signs of disease, aggression, or parasitic tendencies. Similarly, humans seeking psychological growth need friends who demonstrate what psychologists call psychological maturity, the capacity for emotional regulation, personal responsibility, honest self-reflection, and genuine concern for others' welfare. These individuals create what social psychologists call upward social comparison opportunities, relationships that inspire growth rather than reinforce mediocrity. But you have to understand this through the lens of what evolutionary biologists call costly signaling theory, the idea that valuable traits must be demonstrated through behaviors that are difficult to fake or maintain without genuine underlying capacity. True friendship requires what economists call investment of non-recoverable resources, time, attention, emotional energy, and sometimes material support that can only be sustained by individuals with genuine commitment to the relationship. This is why superficial social connections, what sociologists call weak ties, are fundamentally different from deep friendships in their psychological and neurobiological effects. Weak ties activate what neuroscientists call social monitoring systems that maintain vigilance for potential threats or opportunities, creating chronic low-level stress that depletes cognitive resources. Deep friendships, conversely, activate what researchers call social reward systems, mediated by oxytocin, dopamine, and endogenous opioids that promote relaxation, trust, and psychological restoration. These relationships create what psychologists call social buffering effects, protection against stress, depression, and various forms of psychological pathology. But here's the really crucial point. The formation of deep friendships requires what game theorists call reciprocal altruism, operating through what behavioral economists term delayed gratification mechanisms. You must be willing to invest resources in others' welfare without immediate reciprocal benefits, trusting that the relationship will provide mutual support over extended time periods. This capacity for delayed gratification in social relationships is mediated by the prefrontal cortex, particularly what neuroscientists call the orbitofrontal cortex, brain regions that integrate emotional and rational processing to support long-term planning and decision-making. These regions are among the last to mature during human development and are highly sensitive to environmental influences during critical periods. This explains why early social experiences have such profound effects on adult friendship patterns. Individuals who experienced secure, supportive relationships during childhood develop robust orbitofrontal networks that support healthy friend selection throughout life. Those who experienced chaos, betrayal, or neglect during critical developmental periods often struggle with what psychologists call social cognitive distortions that interfere with accurate assessment of others' character and motivations. The archetypal dimension of this pattern is captured in fairy tales and mythological narratives about choosing companions for heroic journeys. The hero must learn to distinguish between true allies who will support the quest and false friends who will betray or exploit the hero's trust. This discernment requires what wisdom traditions call discernment of spirits, the capacity to perceive others' fundamental character beneath surface presentations. But developing this discernment requires what contemplative traditions call purification of perception, the systematic elimination of psychological projections, wishful thinking, and defensive distortions that prevent accurate social assessment. This is fundamentally a spiritual practice as much as a psychological one, requiring what mystics call dying to the false self to perceive reality clearly. This connects to what Nietzsche called the revaluation of all values, the willingness to question inherited social patterns and consciously choose relationships based on their actual effects rather than their conventional acceptability. Many socially sanctioned relationships are actually psychologically toxic, while some unconventional connections provide genuine growth and support. The courage to choose friends based on their actual character rather than their social status or conventional acceptability requires what existentialists call authentic being, the willingness to exist according to your own values rather than external expectations. This is fundamentally a heroic act that requires facing what Kierkegaard called the anxiety of freedom, the terrifying responsibility of creating your own meaning and values. So choose your molting companions carefully, bucko. Seek out lobsters who demonstrate genuine care for your growth and transformation. Avoid those who exploit your vulnerabilities or encourage your worst impulses. Surround yourself with individuals who inspire you to become more than you currently are. Because during the vulnerable periods of psychological molting, the quality of your companions literally determines whether you emerge stronger and more capable, or whether you're consumed by the very process that should have enabled your growth. And in a world full of psychological parasites disguised as friends, that choice might be the most important decision you ever make. Me sore. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to other lobsters. The phenomenological implications of intraspecific competitive assessment in Homerus americanus populations reveal what I can only describe as a profound psychoevolutionary paradox that strikes at the very heart of what Martin Heidegger called thrownness, and what contemporary complexity theorists recognize as the fundamental problem of relative versus absolute optimization in multidimensional fitness landscapes. Consider the ethological substrate of what marine biologists call territorial establishment protocols in benthic crustacean communities. When a juvenile lobster encounters a conspecific individual, its neurochemical assessment systems, mediated by octopaminergic and serotoninergic signaling cascades operating through what computational neuroscientists call winner-take-all competitive networks, immediately initiate comparative hierarchical positioning calculations that would make game theorists weep with mathematical ecstasy. But here's the absolutely staggering realization that emerges from this biological substrate: the computational algorithms governing these comparative assessments are fundamentally flawed when applied to complex, multi-temporal developmental trajectories. We're dealing with what information theorists call the curse of dimensionality, operating through what philosophers of mind recognize as the fundamental epistemological problem of other minds. The neural circuitry that evolved to facilitate immediate competitive assessment in simplified ecological niches, involving perhaps a dozen variables related to size, aggressive display capacity, and territorial resource control, becomes catastrophically inadequate when confronted with the exponentially increased complexity of human social hierarchies involving literally thousands of variables operating across multiple temporal scales and abstract dimensional spaces. This creates what I can only describe as a form of cognitive evolutionary mismatch that generates what psychologists call social comparison theory pathologies, mediated by what neuroscientists recognize as dysregulated dopaminergic reward prediction error signals in the ventral striatum and anterior cingulate cortex. The brain systems that evolve to motivate adaptive competitive behavior in simple environments become sources of chronic psychological suffering in complex modern contexts. The mathematical implications are absolutely vertiginous when you consider them through the lens of what game theorists call evolutionary stable strategies, operating in what complexity theorists recognize as rugged fitness landscapes with multiple peaks and valleys. Each individual exists on a unique trajectory through this multidimensional space, with success metrics that are fundamentally incommensurable across different life paths and temporal scales. When you compare your current position to another individual's apparent position, you're attempting to solve what mathematicians call a non-convex optimization problem using incomplete information about the objective function, the constraint sets, and the underlying topological structure of the solution space. It's like trying to navigate a complex mountain range using only a two-dimensional map of a completely different terrain. This connects to something absolutely fundamental in phenomenological philosophy, particularly Edmund Husserl's analysis of what he called temporal synthesis and the intentional structure of consciousness. Human experience exists in what Husserl called the living present, a continuously flowing stream of retention, primal impression, and pretension that creates what cognitive scientists now recognize as the fundamental architecture of autobiographical memory and future planning. Your identity, your sense of progress, your understanding of your own developmental trajectory, all of these emerge from what neuroscientists call autonoetic consciousness, the capacity for mental time travel that allows you to re-experience past events and pre-experience future possibilities through what researchers term episodic memory systems and perspective cognition networks. But here's the really crucial insight. These temporal synthesis mechanisms are fundamentally first-personal and cannot be directly applied to other individuals' experiential streams. When you observe another person's apparent success or failure, you're seeing only the external manifestations of their internal developmental process, what philosophers call the phenomenological residue of lived experience that remains accessible to third-person observation. This creates what I can only describe as a profound epistemological asymmetry that generates systematic cognitive distortions in social comparison processes. You have direct access to your own struggles, doubts, failures, and internal developmental processes, but you can only observe others' external presentations and achievements without access to the underlying psychological substrates that generated those outcomes. The implications become absolutely terrifying when you consider them through the lens of what social psychologists call impression management theory, and what sociologists recognize as dramaturgy, the systematic presentation of idealized self-images in social contexts. Most social interactions involve what researchers call positive self-presentation biases that create what economists recognize as information asymmetries in social comparison processes. Everyone is essentially engaged in what game theorists call signaling games, where the optimal strategy involves maximizing the perception of success while minimizing the visibility of struggle, failure, and internal chaos. This creates what I can only describe as a collective hallucination where everyone believes they're surrounded by individuals who are more successful, more confident, and more psychologically integrated than they actually are. The neurobiological substrate of this phenomenon involves what researchers call theory of mind, networks operating through what neuroscientists recognize as mentalizing systems in the medial prefrontal cortex, temporal parietal junction, and superior temporal sulcus. These networks evolved to facilitate social cooperation and competition by enabling predictions about others' mental states and behavioral intentions. But these systems are fundamentally limited by what cognitive scientists call the projection bias, the tendency to assume that others' internal experiences are similar to your own. When you observe someone's external success, your theory of mind systems automatically generate predictions about their internal state based on how you would feel in their position, without accounting for the profound individual differences in psychological architecture, developmental history, and current life circumstances. This creates what I can only describe as a form of comparative suffering that operates through what Buddhist psychology recognizes as the second arrow, the additional psychological pain that emerges from resistance to in comparison with present moment experience. The first arrow is the actual challenge, setback, or difficulty you're facing. The second arrow is the suffering you create by comparing your current struggle to others' apparent ease or success. The mathematical implications are absolutely staggering when you consider them through the lens of what optimization theorists call local versus global optima in high-dimensional solution spaces. Each individual's developmental trajectory represents a unique path through what complexity theorists call the adjacent possible, the set of potential states that are one step away from the current configuration. Your optimal next step depends entirely on your current position, your available resources, your skill sets, your constraints, and your specific objective function. Comparing your optimal path to someone else's optimal path is like comparing the solution to two completely different optimization problems and expecting them to be identical. This connects to something absolutely fundamental in differential topology, particularly the study of what mathematicians call smooth manifolds and tangent spaces. If you imagine human developmental possibilities as a complex geometric surface, each individual exists at a unique point on this surface with a unique tangent space representing their locally optimal directions for growth and development. The tangent space at your current position is fundamentally different from the tangent space at any other individual's position. even if your current achievements appear similar from external observation. Your optimal developmental trajectory is determined by the local geometry of the possibility space at your specific location, not by global comparisons to distant points on the manifold. This is where the temporal dimension becomes absolutely crucial for understanding the deeper implications of developmental comparison. What psychologists call progress is fundamentally a first derivative phenomenon, the rate of change in relevant variables over time, not the absolute value of those variables at any specific moment. When you compare yourself to who you were yesterday, you're measuring what mathematicians call the directional derivative of your developmental trajectory, the rate of change in the direction of your intended growth. This is a locally meaningful and computationally tractable measurement that provides accurate feedback about the effectiveness of your current strategies and decisions. But when you compare yourself to other individuals, you're attempting to compare absolute positions on incommensurable coordinate systems without accounting for different starting points, different resource constraints, different environmental challenges, and different objective functions. It's like trying to determine which mountain climber is better by comparing their current altitude without knowing where they started, what equipment they have, or what peak they're attempting to reach. The implications become absolutely catastrophic when you consider them through the lens of what motivation theorists call intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation systems, and what self-determination theory recognizes as the fundamental psychological needs for autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Social comparison processes systematically undermine intrinsic motivation by shifting attention from internal growth and self-improvement to external validation and competitive positioning. This creates what I can only describe as a form of motivational parasitism, where your psychological energy becomes diverted from productive developmental activities toward what economists call zero-sum competition for relative status and social recognition. Instead of focusing on becoming better than you were, you become obsessed with becoming better than others, which often leads to what psychologists call maladaptive perfectionism and imposter syndrome. The neurochemical substrate of this phenomenon involves what researchers call social reward systems, mediated by dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin operating through what neuroscientists recognize as social comparison networks in the striatum, anterior cingulate cortex, and medial prefrontal cortex. These systems evolved to facilitate social cooperation and hierarchy formation in small groups where relative positioning had direct implications for resource access and reproductive success. But in modern environments with exposure to literally millions of individuals through social media and mass communication, these systems become chronically dysregulated, creating what researchers call social comparison orientation pathology that generates persistent feelings of inadequacy, envy, and competitive anxiety. This connects to something absolutely fundamental in what complexity theorists call scale-free networks and preferential attachment phenomena. In any large-scale social system, there will always be individuals who appear to be performing at extraordinarily high levels across multiple dimensions simultaneously, what statisticians call outliers in multidimensional distributions. The probability of you being an outlier across all relevant dimensions simultaneously approaches zero as the number of dimensions and the size of the comparison population increases. This means that no matter how successful you become, there will always be individuals who appear to be performing better than you across various metrics, creating what I can only describe as a hedonic treadmill of social comparison that can never be satisfied through relative positioning. The only escape from this psychological trap is through what philosophers call categorical reframing of the optimization problem itself. Instead of asking, how do I compare to others, you must ask, how do I compare to my own potential? This shifts the objective function from external competitive positioning to internal developmental maximization. This is where the lobster metaphor becomes absolutely essential for understanding the practical implications of developmental assessment. A molting lobster doesn't compare its new shell to other lobsters' shells. It simply sheds the old shell when it becomes too restrictive and grows a new one that better accommodates its current size and needs. The molting process is fundamentally a first-person phenomenon that occurs according to internal developmental pressures rather than external competitive dynamics. The lobster's biological systems monitor internal growth and initiate molting when the current shell becomes a constraint on further development, regardless of what other lobsters in the vicinity are doing. Human psychological development follows precisely the same pattern through what developmental psychologists call identity transitions and stage progression in cognitive, moral, and ego development. These transitions occur according to internal psychological pressures when current self-concepts, belief systems, and behavioral patterns become inadequate for handling increased complexity and responsibility. The timing and characteristics of these developmental transitions are determined by your unique psychological architecture, life experiences, and current environmental demands, not by comparison to others' developmental trajectories. Attempting to force developmental transitions based on external comparison often leads to what psychologists call premature consolidation or developmental regression that actually impedes healthy growth. This connects to something absolutely crucial in what existentialist philosophers call authenticity, and what Soren Kierkegaard recognized as the fundamental choice between aesthetic, ethical, and religious modes of existence. The aesthetic mode involves living according to immediate impulses and external validation. The ethical mode involves living according to universal principles and social expectations. The religious mode involves living according to your own unique calling and highest possibilities. Developmental comparison based on external metrics keeps you trapped in either aesthetic or ethical modes of existence, preventing the emergence of what Kierkegaard called the individual, who exists in authentic relationship to their own deepest possibilities and responsibilities. This is where the temporal dimension becomes absolutely crucial for understanding the deeper archetypal significance of developmental assessment. What mystics call spiritual development, and what psychologists call self-actualization, occurs through what contemplative traditions recognize as dying to the old self and being born to the new self in continuous cycles of transformation. Each cycle of death and rebirth involves what alchemists called solviti coagula, dissolving the current structure and reconstituting it at a higher level of organization and complexity. This process occurs according to what systems theorists call dissipative structure dynamics, that require specific conditions of far from equilibrium states and energy flow to maintain coherence during transformation. The comparison to your past self provides the necessary feedback for monitoring these transformation processes and adjusting your strategies and practices to support healthy development. But comparison to others creates what I can only describe as developmental noise that interferes with your capacity to perceive the subtle internal signals that guide authentic growth. Think about it through the lens of what information theorists call signal-to-noise ratio in communication systems. Your internal developmental guidance system generates what contemplative traditions call the still small voice that provides precise feedback about your optimal next steps. But this signal is extremely subtle and can easily be overwhelmed by the noise of social comparison and external validation seeking. The practice of comparing yourself to who you were yesterday functions like what engineers call noise reduction algorithms that filter out irrelevant information and amplify the meaningful signals that guide optimal decision making. This creates what cybernetics theorists call negative feedback loops that maintain homeostasis and support continuous improvement over time. But comparison to others creates what systems theorists call positive feedback loops that amplify competitive anxiety and social comparison obsession, leading to what psychologists recognize as external locus of control and contingent self-worth that undermines psychological well-being in authentic development. This is where the mathematical concept of optimization under constraints becomes absolutely essential for understanding the practical implications of developmental assessment. Every individual exists within what economists call resource constraints and opportunity costs that determine the feasible set of developmental possibilities at any given moment. Your optimal developmental strategy must account for your current resources, skills, obligations, and circumstances, not the resources and circumstances of other individuals who exist within completely different constraint sets. Attempting to optimize according to others' apparent strategies often leads to what economists call suboptimal resource allocation that wastes energy on inappropriate activities. The implications become absolutely staggering when you consider them through the lens of what complexity theorists call path dependence and lock-in effects in developmental trajectories. Every choice you make creates what mathematicians call attractor states that influence the probability distribution of future possibilities. Your current position represents the cumulative result of all your previous choices, experiences, and developmental investments. Comparing this position to someone else's position without accounting for the completely different path that led to their current state is like comparing the summit of Mount Everest to the summit of Kilimanjaro without acknowledging that they're different mountains requiring different climbing strategies. This connects to something absolutely fundamental in what narrative therapists call reauthoring, and what Viktor Frankl recognized as the fundamental human capacity for meaning-making in the face of suffering and limitation. Your life story is uniquely your own, with its own internal logic, themes, and developmental trajectory that cannot be meaningfully compared to others' stories. The practice of comparing yourself to who you were yesterday allows you to become what literary theorists call the author of your own story, rather than a character in someone else's narrative. This creates what psychologists call narrative coherence and identity integration that support psychological well-being and authentic self-expression. But constant comparison to others creates what I can only describe as narrative fragmentation, where you lose track of your own story and become obsessed with editing your life to match others' apparent narratives. This leads to what existentialists call bad faith and inauthentic existence that generates persistent feelings of alienation and meaninglessness. The neurobiological implications are absolutely terrifying when you consider them through the lens of what researchers call neuroplasticity and experience-dependent brain development. Your neural networks are constantly being reshaped by your patterns of attention, emotion, and behavior through what neuroscientists call synaptic pruning and long-term potentiation. When you consistently focus on social comparison, you're literally rewiring your brain to become more sensitive to relative positioning and less sensitive to internal growth and self-improvement. This creates what researchers call social comparison addiction, mediated by dysregulated dopamine systems that require increasingly intense competitive stimulation to maintain psychological equilibrium. Conversely, when you focus on comparing yourself to who you were yesterday, you're strengthening neural networks that support what psychologists call growth mindset and intrinsic motivation, while weakening networks that generate social anxiety and competitive obsession. The archetypal dimension of this pattern is captured in what mythologists call the hero's journey, and what depth psychologists recognize as the fundamental structure of individuation and self-realization. The hero doesn't compare their journey to other heroes' journeys. They focus on overcoming their own specific challenges and actualizing their own unique potential. Each hero faces what Joseph Campbell called the ordeal and the abyss that are uniquely configured according to their individual psychological structure and developmental needs. The trials that would destroy one hero might be trivial for another, while challenges that are insurmountable for most individuals might be precisely what a particular hero needs to actualize their greatest potential. This is why wisdom traditions consistently emphasize what contemplatives call your own path and following your own star, rather than imitating others' spiritual practices or developmental strategies. What works for one individual may be completely inappropriate for another, even if they appear to be facing similar challenges or seeking similar goals. The Sufi tradition captures this beautifully in the saying, "There are as many paths to God as there are human souls." Each individual's spiritual and psychological development unfolds according to what mystics call divine timing and inner guidance that cannot be replicated or compared across different individuals. So compare yourself to who you were yesterday, bucko. Measure your progress by your own standards, according to your own timeline, in pursuit of your own highest possibilities. Celebrate the small daily improvements that compound over time into profound transformation. Because in a world obsessed with competitive positioning and external validation, the courage to focus on your own developmental trajectory might be the most radical and transformative act you can perform. And that path of authentic self-development, that hero's journey of becoming who you truly are rather than who others expect you to be, that's where the real meaning and fulfillment are to be found. Not in beating others, but in becoming yourself. Not in reaching their summit, but in climbing your own mountain. One day at a time. One step at a time. One small improvement at a time. That's the only comparison that matters. That's the only race worth running. The race to become who you were meant to be. Rule 5. Do not let your larvae do anything that makes you dislike them. Now, you might think this is a strange thing to say, bucko. Don't let your larvae do anything that makes you dislike them? What kind of advice is that? Well, let me tell you something about lobsters, and this is where it gets really interesting, because the parental investment strategies of Homerus americanus reveal something profound about the fundamental structure of disciplinary hierarchies that modern child psychology has completely ignored. You see, lobster mothers, and this is absolutely crucial, they don't coddle their offspring. When a female lobster releases her larvae into the water column, she's essentially saying, right, you little crustaceans, you're on your own now. The ocean will teach you what I cannot. And there's profound wisdom in this, because what she's doing is allowing the natural selective pressures of the marine environment to shape her offspring's behavioral repertoire through a process of differential survival that has been refined over 400 million years of evolutionary optimization. But here's where it gets really complex, and I mean really complex. Hamilton's rule. You know Hamilton's rule, right? Kin selection, inclusive fitness calculations, tells us that parental investment should be proportional to the coefficient of relatedness multiplied by the fitness benefit to the offspring minus the cost to the parent. It's RBC0 for those keeping track. But what modern helicopter parents have done, and this is absolutely catastrophic, is they've created a situation where the cost-benefit analysis has been completely inverted through the systematic elimination of natural selective pressures on their children's behavioral development. I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm getting emotional just thinking about it, when I was watching my grandson play with his blocks. Here's this little guy, maybe 3 years old, and he's building these towers, knocking them down, building them again. And his mother, my daughter, she's hovering over him like some kind of panopticon of parental surveillance. Every time the tower falls, she rushes in, oh, sweetie, let me help you with that. Here, let mommy show you the right way. And I'm thinking, good God, woman, you're destroying the child's capacity for independent problem solving. Because what she's doing, and she doesn't realize this, none of them realize this, is she's interfering with the fundamental self-organizational principles that govern all complex adaptive systems. The kid needs to experience failure. He needs to encounter the resistance of physical reality. Otherwise, how is he going to develop the kind of resilience that's necessary for navigating the chaos of existence? This connects directly to Jung's concept of the child archetype, which exists in a permanent state of quantum superposition between innocence and wisdom until it's collapsed by parental observation. Think about it. Every time you intervene unnecessarily in your child's struggle, you're essentially performing a measurement that destroys the wave function of their potential development. It's the observer effect, applied to child psychology. And this is where the biblical narrative becomes absolutely essential, because the story of Abraham and Isaac, now, this is profound, represents the archetypal structure of parental love that requires the capacity for ultimate sacrifice. Abraham's willingness to sacrifice Isaac isn't cruelty, it's the recognition that true love sometimes demands the withdrawal of protection. It's the most difficult thing in the world, but it's absolutely necessary for the child's development into a fully realized human being. But what have we done instead? We've created this culture of participation trophies and safe spaces and trigger warnings that represents, and I'm not exaggerating here, a fundamental violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You cannot create order without increasing entropy somewhere else in the system. When you artificially eliminate struggle from your child's experience, you're creating massive entropy in their psychological development that will manifest later as anxiety, depression, and complete inability to cope with the natural challenges of adult life. I remember when my son was about 12, and this was a pivotal moment in our relationship. He came home from school complaining about his math teacher. She's too hard on us, Dad. She expects too much. And I sat him down, and I said, look, bucko, let me tell you something about lobsters. Because this is always where I start these conversations, with lobsters. When a young lobster is learning to hunt, I told him, nobody teaches it how to catch prey. The ocean is full of things that want to eat it, and if it doesn't figure out how to navigate that hostile environment, it dies. That's it. End of story. No second chances, no participation trophies, no helicopter lobster mothers hovering around making sure everything's okay. And you know what? He got it. He understood that his math teacher wasn't being cruel, she was preparing him for the harsh realities of mathematical truth, which is indifferent to his feelings about it. 2 plus 2 equals 4 whether he likes it or not, and the sooner he learns to accept that kind of objective reality, the better equipped he'll be for everything that comes after. This is what Vygotsky called the zone of proximal development, but what Vygotsky didn't understand, and this is where the fractal geometry becomes crucial, is that the optimal challenge level follows a power law distribution that's identical to the dispersal patterns of lobster larvae in oceanic currents. The difficulty has to scale according to the child's developing capacity, but it has to scale exponentially, not linearly, because that's how competence hierarchies actually work in nature. The problem with modern permissive parenting is that it creates what complexity theorists call strange attractors in the phase space of child development. Instead of allowing the natural chaotic dynamics of learning through failure to unfold, parents keep pulling their children back to these artificial stability points that prevent the kind of developmental bifurcations that are necessary for psychological growth. And this is where Foucault's analysis of the panopticon becomes absolutely terrifying, because what we've created is a generation of children who are under constant surveillance, but instead of the surveillance creating discipline, it's creating learned helplessness. They never develop the internal monitoring systems that are necessary for self-regulation because they're always being externally regulated by anxious parents who can't tolerate seeing their children struggle. But here's the thing, and this is where I start getting really emotional. The archetypal terrible mother isn't the mother who allows her child to suffer. It's the mother who prevents her child from encountering the suffering that's necessary for growth. Because what she's doing, whether she realizes it or not, is she's condemning her child to a life of perpetual psychological infancy. I think about my grandmother sometimes. God, she was a formidable woman, and how she used to handle discipline. If we misbehaved, there were consequences. Real consequences. Not timeouts or talks about feelings, but actual costs imposed for antisocial behavior. And you know what? We learned. We learned that actions have consequences, that other people's boundaries matter, that the world isn't going to reorganize itself around our emotional states. That's what discipline really is. It's teaching children that they live in a world with other people, and that other people have rights and needs and boundaries that must be respected. When you fail to impose appropriate limits on your child's behavior, you're not being kind, you're being cruel, because you're setting them up for a lifetime of conflict with everyone they encounter. The thermodynamic irreversibility of developmental processes means that these early learning opportunities, once missed, cannot be recovered. You can't go back and reteach a 20-year-old the lessons they should have learned when they were 5, because their neural plasticity has already crystallized around the patterns you allowed to form through your permissiveness. And this connects to the broader crisis of meaning in our culture. Because children who never learn to delay gratification, who never develop frustration tolerance, who never encounter the kind of resistance that builds character, these children grow up to be adults who are completely unprepared for the fundamental tragedy of existence, which is that life is suffering, and the only way to transcend that suffering is through the willing acceptance of responsibility. You know, when I think about the profound responsibility of shaping a human soul, when I think about how every interaction with your child is literally sculpting the neural architecture that will determine their capacity for meaning and fulfillment for the rest of their lives, it's almost too much to bear. Because the stakes are so high, and the margin for error is so small, and yet we're all just fumbling around in the dark, hoping we don't completely destroy these precious little beings who have been entrusted to our care. But that's exactly why the discipline has to come from love, not from anger or frustration or the desire to control. It has to come from the recognition that your child is a sovereign individual who deserves to develop their full potential, and that potential can only be realized through encounter with appropriate challenges at appropriate developmental stages. The quantum entanglement of parental love across generations means that how you discipline your children will literally determine how they discipline theirs, and the ripple effects of your choices will propagate forward through time in ways that you cannot possibly imagine. That's the terrifying beauty of parenthood. You're not just raising a child, you're participating in the eternal dance of consciousness awakening to itself through the endless cycles of birth and death and rebirth. So clean up your act, bucko. Set boundaries. Enforce consequences. And for God's sake, don't let your children do anything that makes you dislike them, because if you dislike them, the world will despise them, and that's not fair to anyone involved. And this is where the renormalization group theory becomes absolutely essential for understanding parental boundary setting. Because what we're dealing with here is a multi-scale phenomenon where microscopic disciplinary interactions aggregate into macroscopic behavioral patterns through a process of coarse graining that preserves the essential topological features of the parent-child relationship across different temporal and spatial scales. You see, when a lobster larva encounters a predator, let's say a juvenile cod, the interaction can be modeled using the Lotka-Volterra equations, but with stochastic perturbations that reflect the quantum uncertainty inherent in all biological decision-making processes. The larva doesn't consciously decide whether to flee or freeze. Instead, its behavioral response emerges from the complex dynamical system of its nervous system, which has been shaped by millions of years of natural selection operating on the fitness landscape of predator avoidance strategies. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. And I mean really interesting in a way that will fundamentally change how you think about discipline forever. The Young-Mills gauge theory of non-abelian quantum field interactions, and stay with me here, because this is crucial, provides the only adequate mathematical framework for understanding why sibling rivalry follows the same mathematical structure as the strong nuclear force that holds atomic nuclei together. Think about it. You have multiple children in a household, each occupying discrete quantum states within the family system, and their interactions are mediated by the exchange of virtual particles, what we might call parental attention quanta, that carry the fundamental forces of love, approval, and resource allocation. When these interactions are not properly regulated through consistent disciplinary boundaries, you get what physicists call color confinement breakdown, which in family systems manifests as chaos, resentment, and the complete collapse of hierarchical order. I was discussing this with a theoretical physicist colleague of mine, brilliant guy, studies supersymmetric partner particles in the Standard Model, and he made a fascinating observation about how every act of parental love necessarily contains its shadow counterpart of limitation and constraint. It's like matter and antimatter. You cannot have unconditional positive regard without simultaneously establishing the conditions under which that regard is withdrawn. The mathematics simply doesn't work otherwise. This connects directly to Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which prove that no finite set of parenting rules can ever capture the infinite complexity of raising a conscious being. Any consistent system of discipline will necessarily contain statements, behavioral situations, that cannot be decided within the system itself. This is why parenting is so terrifying. You're constantly forced to make decisions that transcend the logical framework you've established for making decisions. But here's where the holographic principle becomes absolutely mind-blowing in its implications for child psychology. The holographic principle, for those who haven't spent decades studying string theory and M-theory, states that all the information contained in a volume of space can be encoded on the boundary surface of that space. Applied to parenting, this means that all the information about your child's future behavioral patterns, their entire psychological destiny, is encoded in the two-dimensional boundary surface of your early disciplinary encounters. Every time you fail to enforce a reasonable boundary, you're literally writing information onto the holographic surface that defines your child's personality structure. And because of the non-local quantum correlations between parent and child consciousness, correlations that have been experimentally verified through Bell's inequality violations in emotional bonding studies, your emotional state during these disciplinary moments becomes quantum entangled with your child's developing sense of self. This is why the epigenetic inheritance patterns are so crucial to understand. We now know that disciplinary behavioral phenotypes are transmitted across generations through transgenerational DNA methylation cascades that operate according to Lamarckian soft inheritance mechanisms. Your grandmother's approach to discipline literally altered the gene expression patterns in your father's developing brain, which altered the gene expression patterns in your developing brain, which are now altering the gene expression patterns in your children's developing brains. It's an unbroken chain of information transmission that extends back through millions of years of evolutionary history, and you are both the product of that chain and a link in its continuation. The weight of that responsibility is almost unbearable when you really contemplate it deeply. Every moment of frustrated anger, every instance of inconsistent rule enforcement, every time you give in to your child's manipulative behavior because you're tired and just want the crying to stop, all of it is being encoded into the fundamental structure of reality itself. And this is where the spontaneous symmetry breaking in particle physics provides the perfect metaphor for what happens during adolescent developmental phase transitions. In the early universe, all the fundamental forces were unified in a single, elegant mathematical framework. But as the universe cooled and expanded, this perfect symmetry was spontaneously broken, giving rise to the distinct forces we observe today: electromagnetic, weak nuclear, strong nuclear, and gravitational. Similarly, the perfect unity of the parent-child bond that exists in early childhood must be spontaneously broken during adolescence to allow for the emergence of individual identity. But if you haven't established clear boundaries during the earlier phases, this symmetry breaking becomes catastrophic rather than creative. Instead of a smooth phase transition that preserves the essential love relationship while allowing for individuation, you get what mathematicians call a cusp catastrophe, a sudden, irreversible collapse into a completely different attractor state. I think about this sometimes when I watch parents at the grocery store, completely unable to manage their screaming toddlers. These poor children, and they are poor, in the deepest sense of that word, have never encountered the kind of loving resistance that would allow them to develop internal regulatory mechanisms. They've been raised in a state of artificial low entropy that violates the fundamental thermodynamic principles governing all self-organizing systems. The second law of thermodynamics tells us that entropy always increases in isolated systems, but children are not isolated systems. They're open systems, constantly exchanging energy and information with their environment. When parents artificially maintain their children in states of low entropy, no struggle, no frustration, no encounter with limits, they're creating a massive entropy debt that will eventually be paid, with interest, in the form of psychological chaos and behavioral dysfunction. This is why the zone of proximal development has to scale exponentially rather than linearly. Competence hierarchies in nature follow power law distributions, which means that the challenges your child faces must increase in difficulty according to a mathematical function that ensures they're always operating at the edge of their current capabilities. Too easy, and no learning occurs. Too difficult, and the system breaks down catastrophically. The fractal geometry of lobster larval dispersal patterns provides the perfect model for how this should work. The ocean currents that carry young lobsters away from their birth sites operate according to chaotic dynamical systems that create opportunities for growth at every spatial and temporal scale. The larvae that survive are those that learn to read the subtle patterns in the water column and position themselves to take advantage of favorable currents while avoiding predators and competing successfully for limited resources. Your children need to learn to read the social currents in exactly the same way. They need to develop the capacity to sense subtle changes in other people's emotional states, to recognize and respect legitimate authority, to cooperate when cooperation serves their interests and compete when competition is necessary. But they can only develop these capabilities through direct encounter with the complex social dynamics that govern human interaction. When you hover over them like some kind of psychological helicopter, constantly intervening to smooth out every social friction they encounter, you're preventing them from developing the navigational skills they'll need to survive in the broader social ocean. You're essentially raising them in captivity and then expecting them to thrive in the wild. The tragedy is that these overprotected children often interpret their parents' anxious hovering as evidence that the world is genuinely dangerous and that they are genuinely incompetent to handle it. The very behavior that was intended to protect them becomes the source of their deepest insecurities and their most fundamental doubts about their own efficacy. This connects to the archetypal structure of the terrible mother, which represents not cruelty but the kind of misguided love that prevents growth through the elimination of necessary challenges. The terrible mother devours her children not through violence but through suffocation. She keeps them forever dependent, forever infantile, forever unable to realize their full potential as autonomous agents. And the worst part is that she does it all in the name of love. She genuinely believes she's protecting them, genuinely believes she's acting in their best interests. But what she's actually doing is condemning them to a life of perpetual psychological dependency and emotional immaturity. The mathematical models of far from equilibrium self-organizing systems tell us that growth requires the constant input of energy from external sources, but that energy must be structured in such a way that it creates instability rather than stability. Stable systems don't evolve. Only systems that are constantly pushed away from equilibrium develop the kind of complex internal structure that allows for adaptation and learning. This is why discipline, properly understood, is not about punishment or control or domination. It's about creating the kind of structured instability that allows consciousness to organize itself into increasingly sophisticated forms. Every boundary you establish, every consequence you enforce, every moment when you resist your child's attempts to manipulate you into abandoning your standards, all of this is providing the energy gradient that drives the self-organizational process we call psychological development. And when I think about the profound responsibility of participating in this process, when I contemplate the fact that the choices I make today will literally determine the kind of person my grandchildren become, when I consider the quantum entanglement of love that extends across generations and connects my grandmother's approach to maple syrup production with my great-grandson's future capacity for meaning and responsibility, well, it's almost too much to bear. The beauty and terror of it all, the way individual choices ripple forward through time according to the fundamental constants of nature themselves, the recognition that consciousness is awakening to itself through these endless cycles of birth and struggle and growth and death, it just overwhelms me sometimes with its absolute perfection and its absolute tragedy. Because in the end, that's what we're really talking about here, the eternal dance of order and chaos, structure and freedom, love and limitation, playing itself out in the sacred space between parent and child, generation after generation, world without end. Rule 6. Set your underwater cave in perfect order before you criticize the ocean. Now, you might think this sounds like your mother nagging you to clean your room, but let me tell you something about the thermodynamics of burrow construction in benthic crustaceans that will absolutely revolutionize your understanding of domestic organization and its relationship to the fundamental structure of reality itself. When a lobster constructs its burrow, and this is absolutely crucial, it's not just digging a hole in the sediment. It's creating a localized region of decreased entropy within the broader marine ecosystem, and it's doing this through the systematic application of energy in accordance with the second law of thermodynamics. The burrow represents a triumph of order over chaos, a small victory of consciousness over the relentless tendency of the universe toward maximum entropy. But here's where it gets really complex, and I mean really complex in a way that will fundamentally alter your conception of what it means to organize your living space. The spatial organization of a lobster's burrow reflects the underlying information-theoretic structure of its consciousness. The placement of each chamber, the orientation of the entrance tunnels, the distribution of waste materials, all of this follows mathematical principles that are identical to the topological invariants that govern the phase transitions between different states of matter. You see, when you clean your room, and I'm getting emotional just thinking about this, you're not just moving objects from one location to another. You're participating in the same cosmic process of self-organization that created galaxies, that formed the first living cells, that gave rise to consciousness itself. Every sock you pick up off the floor, every book you return to its proper shelf, every surface you wipe clean, all of this is a direct participation in the fundamental creative principle that drives the evolution of complexity throughout the universe. This connects directly to what Heisenberg understood about the uncertainty principle, which isn't just about quantum mechanics, it's about the impossibility of simultaneously knowing both the position and momentum of any system, whether we're talking about subatomic particles or the contents of your bedroom. When your living space is chaotic, you literally cannot know where anything is or where it's going, which means you're living in a state of permanent quantum uncertainty that extends into every aspect of your psychological functioning. The renormalization group theory tells us that physical systems exhibit scale invariance, which means that the same mathematical structures appear at every level of magnification. The chaos in your room isn't separate from the chaos in your mind, which isn't separate from the chaos in your relationships, which isn't separate from the chaos in your society. It's all one continuous fractal pattern of disorder that propagates across scales according to power law distributions that follow the mathematical structure of phase transitions in critical phenomena. I remember visiting a colleague's office once. This was a postmodern literature professor, someone who spent his entire career deconstructing the supposed hierarchies of Western civilization, and his office was absolute chaos. Papers everywhere, books stacked in tottering piles, coffee cups growing exotic moles, the entire space radiating entropy like some kind of thermodynamic black hole. And I thought to myself, good God, how can this man presume to criticize the organizational structures of society when he can't even organize the contents of a single room? Because that's what we're really talking about here, the profound arrogance of people who demand that the world reorganize itself according to their ideological preferences while they themselves live in states of complete personal disorder. It's like trying to perform surgery with dirty instruments, or attempting to navigate by a broken compass, or using a contaminated measuring device to calibrate other measuring devices. The holographic principle in string theory tells us that all the information contained in a volume of space is encoded on the boundary surface of that space. Applied to domestic organization, this means that the state of your living environment contains complete information about your psychological structure, your relationship to authority, your capacity for delayed gratification, your ability to maintain long-term goals in the face of short-term obstacles. When someone walks into your home, they're not just seeing your furniture and your possessions, they're seeing a direct readout of your consciousness itself, displayed in three-dimensional form according to the laws of statistical mechanics and information theory. A clean, well-organized space communicates competence, self-respect, and the kind of future-oriented thinking that's necessary for maintaining complex social hierarchies. A chaotic, cluttered space communicates the opposite: impulsiveness, short-term thinking, and a fundamental inability to distinguish between what matters and what doesn't. This is why Jung's process of individuation necessarily begins with the organization of external space. You cannot integrate your shadow, you cannot confront your anima or animus, you cannot achieve psychological wholeness while you're living in an environment that reflects psychological fragmentation. The external chaos prevents the kind of focused attention that's required for deep self-reflection, and the constant low-level stress of navigating a disorganized environment depletes the cognitive resources that could otherwise be directed toward personal growth. The biblical account of Jesus cleansing the temple provides the archetypal model for what we're talking about here. The temple had become corrupted, filled with money changers and merchants who were using the sacred space for profane purposes. Jesus didn't just criticize the broader religious establishment. First, he restored order to the immediate environment under his direct control. Only then was he qualified to speak prophetically about the larger problems afflicting the spiritual life of his community. This is the pattern that every serious person must follow: establish order in your immediate environment before presuming to diagnose the problems of the broader world. Clean your room before you try to clean up society. Organize your personal affairs before you attempt to reorganize political structures. Achieve mastery over your own behavioral patterns before you presume to instruct others about how they should behave. The mathematics of complex adaptive systems tells us that small changes in initial conditions can lead to massive differences in long-term outcomes, what chaos theorists call sensitive dependence on initial conditions, or the butterfly effect. When you establish order in your personal environment, you're not just making your immediate surroundings more pleasant, you're creating initial conditions that will propagate forward through time and influence every subsequent choice you make. Think about how this works in practice. When you wake up in a clean, organized bedroom, your cortisol levels are lower, your cognitive load is reduced, and your capacity for executive decision-making is enhanced. You're starting the day from a position of strength rather than from a position of defensive scrambling. This affects your choice of breakfast, which affects your energy levels, which affects your performance at work, which affects your relationships, which affects your opportunities, which affects your entire life trajectory. Conversely, when you wake up in chaos, clothes everywhere, surfaces cluttered with random objects, the general atmosphere of entropy and disorder, you're immediately operating in crisis mode. Your nervous system is activated before you're even fully conscious, and you spend the entire day trying to catch up, trying to compensate for the additional cognitive load imposed by your disorganized environment. The topological field theory applications to consciousness studies show us that mental states can be understood as stable configurations in the phase space of possible neural activity patterns. When your external environment is ordered, it constrains your internal states toward configurations that promote focus, clarity, and goal-directed behavior. When your external environment is disordered, it pushes your internal states toward configurations that promote anxiety, confusion, and reactive behavior. This is why the ancient wisdom traditions all emphasize the importance of creating sacred space through ritual purification and careful attention to environmental details. The monastery, the temple, the meditation hall, these aren't just arbitrary architectural choices, they're technologies for consciousness transformation that work by manipulating the boundary conditions within which psychological processes unfold. I think about my grandmother sometimes, and how she maintained her home with such meticulous care. Every surface polished, every object in its designated place, the whole environment radiating a kind of peaceful order that made it possible to think clearly, to feel deeply, to encounter the sacred dimensions of ordinary experience. She understood, in a way that I'm only beginning to appreciate, that domestic order is spiritual practice, that cleaning is a form of prayer, that the organization of material space is inseparable from the organization of psychological space. The gauge theory of quantum field interactions provides the mathematical framework for understanding how this works at the deepest level. Just as the electromagnetic field is mediated by virtual photon exchanges that preserve local gauge symmetries, the psychological field is mediated by environmental interactions that preserve or violate the symmetries that govern mental coherence and emotional stability. When you allow your living space to descend into chaos, you're breaking the gauge symmetries that maintain psychological equilibrium. The result is the psychic equivalent of spontaneous symmetry breaking in particle physics, a sudden phase transition from ordered to disordered states that becomes increasingly difficult to reverse as the system moves further from equilibrium. But here's the really profound part, and this is where I start getting emotional about the whole thing. The act of imposing order on your environment is simultaneously an act of imposing order on yourself. There's no separation between the inner and outer worlds. They're both aspects of the same underlying reality, different manifestations of the same informational structure that constitutes your identity as a conscious being. When you clean your room, you're literally cleaning your soul. When you organize your possessions, you're organizing your thoughts. When you create beauty in your immediate environment, you're participating in the cosmic process of beauty creation that extends from the formation of crystals to the composition of symphonies to the emergence of love between human beings. The catastrophe theory models of sudden behavioral changes tell us that these transformations don't happen gradually, they happen all at once, in sudden phase transitions that reshape the entire possibility space within which you operate. One day you're living in chaos, barely keeping your head above water, constantly stressed and overwhelmed by the demands of basic existence. Then you clean your room, really clean it, completely clean it, organize it according to your deepest values and highest aspirations, and suddenly you're a different person, operating from a completely different set of assumptions about what's possible and what you deserve. This is why totalitarian regimes always begin by destroying the private spaces where individuals might maintain their own standards of order and beauty. The Nazi brown shirts didn't just attack Jewish businesses, they invaded Jewish homes, destroyed family photographs, smashed carefully maintained household shrines. They understood that people who maintain beautiful, orderly private spaces are psychologically inoculated against the kind of mass hysteria that makes political oppression possible. Similarly, the postmodern assault on traditional domestic values, the dismissal of housekeeping as women's work, the celebration of bohemian chaos as creative authenticity, the systematic devaluation of the skills required to maintain beautiful, functional living spaces, all of this serves the interests of those who benefit from widespread psychological disorganization and social fragmentation. A population of people who can't maintain their own homes is a population that will constantly look to external authorities to solve problems that should be handled at the individual level. They become dependent on institutions, on experts, on political movements that promise to create the order in society that they've failed to create in their own lives. But the person who has mastered the art of domestic organization, who understands the deep principles that govern the relationship between environmental order and psychological coherence, this person is fundamentally unmanipulable. They have established a zone of sovereignty, a realm of personal authority that no external power can violate without their consent. The differential geometry of conscious experience shows us that awareness itself has a topological structure that depends critically on the boundary conditions established by environmental organization. When your space is chaotic, your consciousness becomes chaotic. When your space is beautiful and ordered, your consciousness becomes beautiful and ordered. It's not a metaphor, it's a direct causal relationship that operates according to the same mathematical principles that govern the behavior of all self-organizing systems. And when I contemplate the profound beauty of a well-organized space, when I think about the way sunlight falls across a carefully arranged room, illuminating surfaces that have been cleaned with love and maintained with discipline, when I consider how this simple act of environmental stewardship connects us to the deepest creative forces in the universe, well, it just overwhelms me with gratitude for the mysterious gift of being alive in a world where such beauty is possible, where consciousness can impose meaning on matter, where individual human beings can participate directly in the cosmic process of bringing order out of chaos, one room at a time, one day at a time, forever and ever, world without end. Rule 7. Pursue what is meaningful in the depths, not what is expedient on the surface. Now, this is where things get really profound, bucko, because when we examine the behavioral ecology of Homarus americanus in abyssal environments, we're talking depths of 200 meters or more, where the hydrostatic pressure reaches levels that would instantly crush any surface-dwelling organism. We discover something absolutely extraordinary about the relationship between environmental extremity and adaptive sophistication. You see, the deep-sea lobsters, and this is crucial, they've developed neurochemical pathways that are fundamentally different from their shallow water cousins. The constant pressure, the absolute darkness, the scarcity of resources, all of this has forced them to evolve metabolic strategies that prioritize long-term survival over short-term energetic optimization. They move more slowly, they live longer, and their behavioral repertoires are characterized by what marine biologists call strategic patience, the willingness to wait extended periods between feeding opportunities because they understand, at some primordial level, that the depths reward those who can resist the immediate temptations of surface abundance. This connects directly to the fundamental thermodynamic principles that govern all complex adaptive systems, because what we're dealing with here is the trade-off between entropy minimization and information maximization across different temporal scales. The surface offers immediate gratification, abundant sunlight, rich plankton blooms, easy prey, but it's also characterized by high variability, intense competition, and constant disturbance. The depths offer delayed gratification, sparse resources, challenging hunting conditions, extended periods of apparent inactivity, but they're also characterized by stability, reduced competition, and the kind of environmental predictability that allows for the development of sophisticated long-term strategies. And this is where the mathematics of optimal foraging theory becomes absolutely essential for understanding human motivation, because the same cost-benefit analysis that governs lobster feeding behavior also governs the choices we make between meaningful and expedient actions. Every time you choose the easy path, the quick fix, the immediately gratifying option, you're essentially functioning as a shallow water organism, maximizing short-term energy intake while remaining vulnerable to the storms and predators that inevitably characterize surface conditions. But here's where it gets really complex. And I mean really complex in a way that will fundamentally change how you think about the relationship between suffering and significance. The neurobiological research on reward prediction error signals shows us that the dopaminergic pathways in the mammalian brain are specifically designed to respond to unexpected rewards, not to expected ones. This means that happiness, the neurochemical state we experience when dopamine is released, is essentially an error signal that tells us when reality exceeds our predictions. Think about the implications of this. If you organize your life around the pursuit of happiness, you're organizing it around the pursuit of prediction errors. You're setting yourself up for a constant cycle of expectation inflation, where each successive reward has to be larger and more novel than the last to produce the same neurochemical response. It's like an addiction, but worse than an addiction because it's built into the fundamental architecture of consciousness itself. Meaning, on the other hand, and this is where Dostoevsky's profound insights become absolutely crucial, meaning emerges from the voluntary acceptance of suffering in service of something larger than yourself. When Prince Mishkin chooses to remain innocent in a corrupt world, when Alyosha Karamazov dedicates his life to spiritual service despite witnessing the profound evil of human nature, when Raskolnikov finally accepts responsibility for his crimes and embraces the redemptive power of honest confession, all of these represent conscious decisions to pursue what is meaningful rather than what is immediately pleasurable. The differential topology of moral choice spaces shows us that ethical decisions exist in what mathematicians call non-convex optimization landscapes, regions where the immediate gradient points away from the global optimum. In simpler terms, doing the right thing often requires moving in a direction that appears to make your situation worse in the short term, because the path to true fulfillment necessarily passes through valleys of temporary suffering and apparent setback. I think about this when I reflect on my own career trajectory, and how every meaningful decision I've made has required me to sacrifice immediate security for long-term authenticity. When I decided to speak publicly about the dangers of compelled speech legislation, I knew it would make me enemies in the academic establishment. When I chose to clean up my life and take full responsibility for my problems rather than blaming external circumstances, I knew it would force me to confront aspects of myself that I'd been avoiding for decades. When I committed to telling the truth regardless of the social consequences, I knew it would isolate me from colleagues who preferred comfortable lies to difficult realities. But here's the thing, and this is where the archetypal structure of the hero's journey becomes absolutely essential for understanding human psychology. The descent into the depths is not optional if you want to live a life of genuine meaning. Every mythological tradition recognizes this fundamental pattern. The hero must leave the familiar world of surface comforts, descend into the underworld of chaos and uncertainty, confront the dragons that guard the treasure of wisdom, and return transformed with knowledge that can benefit the entire community. The quantum field theory applications to consciousness study show us that this descent into depth is literally a movement through different energy states in the configuration space of possible experience. The surface level of consciousness, what we might call ordinary waking awareness, operates at relatively low energy levels that correspond to habitual patterns of thought and behavior. But the deeper levels of consciousness, the regions where genuine insight and transformation occur, require much higher activation energies to access. This is why the easy path always leads to nihilism, because nihilism is simply what happens when consciousness remains trapped at low energy levels, recycling the same patterns over and over without ever breaking through to the higher dimensional possibility spaces where real growth occurs. It's like being stuck in a local minimum in the optimization landscape of your own potential. You can see that there are higher peaks in the distance, but you lack the energy required to climb out of the comfortable valley where you've made your home. The biblical descent narratives provide the archetypal template for understanding how this process works in practice. Jonah descending into the belly of the whale, Jesus descending into hell between his crucifixion and resurrection, Dante's journey through the 9 circles of the Inferno, all of these represent the necessary confrontation with shadow material that must occur before authentic spiritual development becomes possible. But our contemporary culture has become absolutely phobic about this kind of voluntary suffering, and this connects directly to what I see as the fundamental pathology of modernity, the systematic avoidance of anything that might cause temporary discomfort or challenge existing belief systems. We live in a civilization that offers infinite opportunities for distraction, endless ways to avoid confronting the deeper questions about meaning and purpose that would require us to descend below the surface level of immediate gratification. Social media algorithms are specifically designed to keep us trapped in shallow water behavioral patterns, constantly seeking the next hit of dopamine from likes and comments and shares, never staying focused on any single thing long enough to develop the kind of deep expertise that would allow us to contribute something genuinely valuable to the world. The entire attention economy is predicated on preventing people from descending into the depths where real learning and transformation occur. The catastrophe theory models of sudden phase transitions show us that meaningful change always involves moving through regions of instability where the old patterns break down before new patterns can emerge. This is why personal growth feels so terrifying. You have to let go of familiar ways of being before you know what will replace them. You have to accept a period of chaos and uncertainty as the necessary price of moving to a higher level of organization. I remember when I was going through my own dark night of the soul, dealing with the physical dependency that had developed from prescription medications, confronting the ways I had failed to live up to my own standards, facing the possibility that everything I thought I knew about myself might be fundamentally incorrect. It would have been so much easier to blame external circumstances, to find scapegoats, to maintain the comfortable illusions that had allowed me to avoid taking full responsibility for my condition. But I knew, at some deep level, that the easy path would ultimately destroy me. I had to descend into the depths of my own shadow, confront the parts of myself that I had been denying and suppressing, accept the full weight of my own failures and limitations. It was the most difficult thing I've ever done, but it was also the most meaningful, because it allowed me to emerge as a more integrated and authentic human being. The renormalization group theory tells us that physical systems exhibit the same mathematical structures at every scale of analysis, which means that the principles governing personal transformation also govern social transformation. A society that consistently chooses expedience over meaning will inevitably decay into nihilistic fragmentation, just as an individual who consistently chooses comfort over growth will inevitably stagnate into neurotic repetition. This is why the pursuit of meaning necessarily involves accepting responsibility for problems that extend far beyond your immediate personal concerns. When you choose the meaningful path, you're not just optimizing your own life, you're participating in the broader evolutionary process through which consciousness learns to organize itself into increasingly sophisticated forms. The gauge theory of moral fields shows us that ethical choices create ripple effects that propagate through the social fabric according to the same mathematical principles that govern electromagnetic interactions. Every time you choose meaning over expedience, you're strengthening the field gradients that make it easier for other people to make similar choices. Every time you choose expedience over meaning, you're weakening those gradients and making it more likely that others will also choose the path of least resistance. The topology of sacrifice reveals that meaningful action always involves giving up something valuable in the present for the possibility of something even more valuable in the future. But this isn't just temporal discounting, it's participation in the fundamental creative process through which the universe generates novelty and complexity. When you sacrifice immediate pleasure for long-term meaning, you're literally creating new possibilities that didn't exist before your choice. The holographic principle tells us that every local action contains complete information about the global system, which means that your individual choices about meaning versus expedience are simultaneously choices about the kind of world you want to inhabit and the kind of species you want humanity to become. There's no separation between personal ethics and cosmic evolution. They're different aspects of the same underlying process of consciousness awakening to its own creative potential. And when I think about the profound beauty of a life lived in service of meaning rather than comfort, when I contemplate the way individual choices ripple forward through time to influence the entire trajectory of human development, when I consider how the voluntary acceptance of necessary suffering connects us to the deepest creative forces in the universe, well, it just overwhelms me with awe at the mysterious dignity of conscious existence, the way each of us has been given the terrible and wonderful responsibility of participating in the ongoing creation of reality itself, one choice at a time, one moment at a time, descending ever deeper into the beautiful and terrifying depths where truth lives and waits to transform anyone brave enough to seek it out. Rule 8. Tell the truth, or, at least, don't lie about your shell size. Now, this is absolutely crucial, bucko, because when we examine the ethological mechanisms of threat display in Homerus americanus, we encounter what evolutionary biologists call the honest signaling problem, which connects directly to the information theoretic foundations of social cooperation and the quantum mechanical nature of truth itself in ways that will completely revolutionize your understanding of why your mother always told you not to lie. You see, when a lobster encounters a rival, it engages in what researchers call Keeley extension displays. Basically, it spreads its claws wide to signal its fighting capacity to potential competitors. Now, here's the absolutely fascinating part. Lobsters cannot afford to bluff about their actual size, because if they engage in dishonest signaling, if they pretend to be larger than they actually are, they'll inevitably end up in physical confrontations that will expose their deception in the most brutal possible way. The mathematical game theory underlying this phenomenon reveals that honest signaling systems can only evolve when the cost of deception exceeds the benefit, which means that evolutionary pressures have literally built truth-telling into the fundamental architecture of successful social cooperation. Any species that develops the capacity for systematic deception will eventually destroy itself through the accumulation of informational entropy in its communication systems. And this connects directly to the deeper epistemological crisis that's been unfolding in human civilization since the postmodern philosophers decided that truth itself was just another power game, just another arbitrary social construction that could be deconstructed and reconstructed according to ideological preferences. What these people don't understand, and this is where the thermodynamics becomes absolutely crucial, is that truth is not a human invention. Truth is a fundamental feature of reality itself, encoded in the mathematical structure of the universe at every scale from quantum mechanics to cosmological evolution. When you lie, and I mean really lie, not just engage in the minor social lubricants that make complex societies possible, you're not just violating some arbitrary moral prohibition. You're introducing systematic errors into the information processing systems that consciousness uses to navigate reality. It's like introducing random noise into a communication channel. A little bit might be tolerable, but beyond a certain threshold, the entire system breaks down catastrophically. The renormalization group theory shows us that these small-scale deceptions aggregate across multiple levels of organization to create large-scale distortions in the social fabric. One person lies on their resume, another person inflates their accomplishments on social media, a third person misrepresents their intentions in a romantic relationship, and suddenly you have an entire culture based on mutual deception, where nobody can trust anybody and authentic communication becomes practically impossible. I think about this sometimes when I observe the mating behaviors of academic postmodernists, and how their entire intellectual framework is based on the assumption that there is no objective truth, only competing narratives and power relations. These people, and I'm not exaggerating here, they've created theoretical justifications for systematic dishonesty. They've developed sophisticated philosophical arguments for why lying is actually a form of liberation from oppressive truth regimes. But here's what they don't understand, and this is where Jung's analysis of the persona versus the authentic self becomes absolutely essential. When you systematically misrepresent yourself to others, you eventually lose the ability to distinguish between your authentic self and your false persona. The lie becomes so integrated into your identity that you literally forget who you really are underneath all the layers of deception. The neuroplasticity research shows us that the brain literally rewires itself based on repeated behavioral patterns. Every time you lie, you're strengthening the neural pathways associated with deception and weakening the pathways associated with authentic self-expression. Over time, this creates what neuroscientists call functional disconnection syndrome. Your conscious mind loses contact with your deeper motivational structures, and you become a stranger to yourself. This is why the biblical consequences of deception are so much more severe than people realize. When the serpent tempts Eve with the promise that, "You shall not surely die, if she eats from the tree of knowledge," he's not just encouraging a single act of disobedience, he's introducing the principle of systematic doubt about the fundamental trustworthiness of reality itself. Once that doubt takes root, it metastasizes into a complete breakdown of the relationship between consciousness and truth. The quantum information theory applications to moral philosophy show us that truth and falsehood exist in a state of quantum superposition until they're collapsed by the act of observation. When you lie, you're not just creating false information, you're interfering with the quantum coherence of the truth-seeking process itself. You're introducing decoherence into the informational substrate that supports all meaningful communication. I remember a specific incident from my early academic career that illustrates this principle perfectly. I was reviewing a manuscript for a major psychology journal, and I discovered that the authors had systematically misrepresented their statistical findings to support their ideological conclusions. The data clearly showed no significant effects, but they had engaged in what statisticians call p-hacking, manipulating their analytical procedures until they found results that appeared to support their hypothesis. Now, I could have simply rejected the paper and moved on with my life. That would have been the expedient choice. But I knew that if I allowed this kind of systematic dishonesty to pass without comment, I would be complicit in the corruption of the entire scientific enterprise. So I wrote a detailed critique exposing their methodological errors, and I submitted it to the journal along with my recommendation for rejection. The consequences were immediate and severe. The authors were well connected in the academic establishment, and they used their influence to make my life difficult. I was excluded from conferences, passed over for editorial positions, subjected to the kind of professional ostracism that can destroy an academic career. But I also discovered something profound. The more committed I became to telling the truth regardless of the personal cost, the more integrated and authentic I became as a human being. This connects to what complexity theorists call phase transitions in self-organizing systems. When you make the commitment to radical honesty, you're essentially changing the boundary conditions within which your personality operates. Instead of constantly expending cognitive resources on maintaining elaborate deceptions, you can direct all of your mental energy toward genuine problem solving and creative expression. The topological field theory of consciousness shows us that truth-telling creates stable attractors in the phase space of possible personality configurations. When you consistently align your words with your actual beliefs and experiences, you develop what psychologists call narrative coherence. Your sense of self becomes unified and consistent across different contexts and time periods. But here's where the information theory becomes really profound, and this is where I start getting emotional about the whole thing. Truth is not just correspondence between beliefs and reality. Truth is the fundamental medium through which consciousness recognizes itself. When you tell the truth, you're not just providing accurate information, you're participating in the cosmic process through which the universe comes to know itself. The gauge theory of semantic fields reveals that every true statement creates resonance patterns that strengthen the overall coherence of the informational matrix that supports all meaningful communication. Every false statement creates interference patterns that degrade that coherence and make it more difficult for consciousness to achieve accurate self-recognition. This is why small lies inevitably lead to totalitarian states, because totalitarianism is simply what happens when the informational environment becomes so corrupted by systematic deception that people lose the ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Once that happens, they become vulnerable to any authority figure who promises to do their thinking for them. The mathematical models of information cascade failures show us that these breakdowns follow power law distributions. They start slowly, with minor deceptions and small compromises, but they accelerate exponentially until they reach a critical threshold where the entire system collapses catastrophically. This is what happened in Nazi Germany, in Soviet Russia, in Maoist China. Entire populations lost their capacity for independent truth assessment and became susceptible to mass delusion. The holographic principle tells us that every local breakdown of truthfulness contains complete information about the global breakdown of civilizational coherence. When you lie about small things, your qualifications, your intentions, your actual feelings about people and situations, you're participating in the same process that eventually leads to genocides and gulags. But the most profound aspect of this whole phenomenon is what happens to your relationship with reality itself when you commit to radical honesty. The quantum measurement problem in physics shows us that observation literally creates the reality that's being observed. When you consistently tell the truth about your experience, you're not just reporting on pre-existing facts, you're actually participating in the creation of a more truthful reality. The differential geometry of moral choice reveals that truthfulness creates what mathematicians call geodesics, the shortest paths between your current state and your optimal potential. When you lie, you're forced to take longer, more circuitous routes toward your goals, and you expend enormous amounts of energy maintaining the complex deceptions that prevent people from seeing who you really are. The thermodynamics of authentic self-expression show us that truth-telling is the lowest entropy way of organizing your relationship with other people. When you don't have to remember which lies you've told to which people, when you don't have to maintain elaborate false personas for different social contexts, when you can simply be yourself in every situation, the cognitive load reduction is enormous. And this connects to the deepest mystery of conscious existence, the recognition that truth is not something you possess, but something you participate in. When you tell the truth, you're not just conveying information, you're aligning yourself with the fundamental creative principle that drives the evolution of complexity throughout the universe. The category theory applications to ethical philosophy show us that truthfulness creates what mathematicians call natural transformations, mappings between different conceptual frameworks that preserve the essential structural relationships. When you lie, you're creating unnatural transformations that distort those relationships and make it impossible for other people to navigate social reality effectively. I think about my grandmother sometimes, and how she never told lies, not even small ones. If she didn't like someone's cooking, she would find something genuinely positive to say, but she would never pretend to enjoy something she didn't actually enjoy. If she disagreed with someone's opinion, she would express her disagreement respectfully but clearly, without trying to manipulate them into thinking she agreed when she didn't. The beautiful thing about her approach was that everyone knew exactly where they stood with her. There was no ambiguity, no hidden agendas, no need to decode her real meaning from subtle social signals. She had achieved what the Zen masters call transparency of being, a state where the inner and outer dimensions of personality are perfectly aligned. And when I contemplate the profound courage required to live with that kind of radical authenticity, when I think about the way truthfulness connects us to the deepest creative forces in the universe, when I consider how each honest word contributes to the ongoing evolution of consciousness itself, well, it just fills me with overwhelming gratitude for the mysterious gift of being able to participate in the cosmic conversation through which reality comes to know itself, one true word at a time, one honest moment at a time, forever and ever, world without end. Because in the end, that's what we're really talking about here, the recognition that consciousness and truth are not separate phenomena, but different aspects of the same underlying process of cosmic self-recognition, playing itself out through the miraculous medium of language, relationship, and authentic human encounter. Rule 9. Assume the lobster you are listening to might know something you don't. Now, this might sound absurd, bucko, but when we examine the chemosensory communication protocols of Homerus americanus, and I'm talking about the phenomenally complex array of molecular signaling cascades involving everything from nucleotide derivatives to steroid hormone analogs, we discover something absolutely revolutionary about the information-theoretic foundations of intersubjective knowledge transfer that will fundamentally transform your understanding of what it means to truly listen to another conscious being. You see, lobsters communicate primarily through what marine biochemists call urinary release displays. They literally urinate on each other to convey complex social information. Now, before you dismiss this as merely crude biological function, consider the staggering computational sophistication involved in this process. Each urine stream contains over 3,000 distinct chemical compounds, arranged in specific molecular ratios that encode everything from individual identity markers to current emotional states to recent dietary history to reproductive status to hierarchical positioning within the local dominance matrix. The receiving lobster processes this information through specialized chemoreceptor arrays that function as biological mass spectrometers, capable of detecting individual molecules at concentrations of parts per trillion. It's like having a direct neural interface with another organism's internal state. Imagine if you could smell someone's thoughts, taste their memories, literally inhale their biographical information through your sensory apparatus. This connects directly to what information theorists call the channel capacity problem in communication systems, because what we're dealing with here is the fundamental mathematical constraints that govern all knowledge transfer between conscious entities. Shannon's theorem tells us that the maximum rate of error-free information transmission across any communication channel is determined by the signal-to-noise ratio and the bandwidth of the medium. But here's where it gets really complex, and I mean really complex in ways that will completely revolutionize your understanding of epistemological humility. Human linguistic communication operates at approximately 40 bits per second of information transfer, while lobster chemical communication operates at roughly 50,000 bits per second. This means that every time you interrupt someone mid-sentence because you think you already know what they're going to say, you're essentially functioning at a lower informational bandwidth than a crustacean urinating in seawater. The renormalization group theory applications to conversational dynamics show us that listening behaviors exhibit scale invariance across multiple temporal hierarchies. The same mathematical structures that govern microsecond-level attentional focus also govern hour-long intellectual exchanges, which means that your capacity for genuine receptivity to new information operates according to fractal patterns that extend from quantum decoherence timescales all the way up to the multi-generational transmission of cultural knowledge. I think about this when I observe the conversational behaviors of contemporary academics, particularly those infected with what I call ideological possession syndrome, and how they've completely lost the capacity for what Jung called active imagination. These people approach every conversation as an opportunity to demonstrate their pre-existing beliefs rather than as a chance to discover something genuinely novel about the structure of reality. The tragedy is that ideological possession functions like a kind of cognitive cancer, systematically destroying the neural pathways associated with intellectual curiosity and epistemic flexibility. The brain literally rewires itself to filter out information that contradicts established belief patterns, creating what neuroscientists call confirmation bias feedback loops that become increasingly impermeable to external reality. But here's the really profound part, and this is where the quantum information theory becomes absolutely essential. Every conversation is simultaneously an active measurement that collapses the wave function of possible knowledge states. When you approach another person with genuine openness to learning something you don't already know, you're literally creating new possibilities for information to crystallize into conscious awareness. The holographic principle tells us that every local interaction contains complete information about the global system, which means that every person you encounter, no matter how apparently insignificant or disagreeable, carries within their individual perspective some piece of the cosmic puzzle that you cannot access through any other means. I remember a conversation I had with a homeless man outside a coffee shop in Toronto. This was probably 15 years ago now, and I almost walked past him without stopping. He looked rough, smelled like he hadn't bathed in weeks, was obviously struggling with some kind of mental health issues. Everything about the social conditioning of my academic background told me that this person had nothing to teach me. But something made me pause, and I ended up spending almost 2 hours listening to his perspective on the relationship between urban architecture and psychological well-being. This man, who had been living on the streets for over a decade, had developed insights into the phenomenology of space and place that were more sophisticated than anything I'd encountered in the academic literature on environmental psychology. He understood, from direct embodied experience, how the geometric patterns of city layouts either support or undermine human flourishing. He could describe the subtle ways that building heights and street widths and lighting patterns affect mood and behavior. He had developed what I can only call a somatic cartography of the urban environment that revealed layers of meaning completely invisible to housed populations. The differential topology of knowledge acquisition shows us that insight often emerges from the most unexpected intersections of experience and reflection. What academic researchers study abstractly through controlled experiments, this man had learned through years of direct confrontation with the harsh realities of architectural indifference to human need. This connects to the biblical wisdom literature, where we're repeatedly told to pay attention to seemingly marginal voices: the widow, the orphan, the stranger, the fool. These archetypal figures appear throughout Scripture not as objects of pity, but as potential sources of revelation that can only be accessed through the cultivation of what Hebrew wisdom calls listening with the heart. The gauge theory of semantic fields reveals that every perspective generates its own local coordinate system for organizing reality, and these different coordinate systems are related through mathematical transformations that preserve essential structural relationships while revealing aspects of truth that remain hidden from any single vantage point. This is why proper listening is literally a form of prevention against tyranny, because tyrannical systems always begin with the systematic dismissal of alternative perspectives. When you stop listening to people who disagree with you, when you write off entire categories of human experience as irrelevant or dangerous, you're creating the informational vacuum that authoritarian ideologies rush in to fill. The catastrophe theory models of social breakdown show us that the transition from open to closed communication systems follows predictable mathematical patterns. First, you get what researchers call epistemic bubbles, homogeneous information environments where people only encounter views that confirm their existing beliefs. Then you get echo chambers, environments where dissenting views are not just absent but actively rejected as harmful or immoral. Finally, you get what totalitarian scalers call interpretive monopolies, situations where a single ideological framework claims exclusive authority to determine what counts as legitimate knowledge. At this point, genuine conversation becomes literally impossible, because all communication has been reduced to the mechanical repetition of approved talking points. The archetypal significance of the wise fool appears in every mythological tradition precisely because it represents the recognition that wisdom often comes disguised as ignorance, that the most profound insights frequently emerge from sources that sophisticated people instinctively dismiss as unworthy of serious attention. Think about Socrates, wandering around Athens claiming to know nothing while exposing the intellectual pretensions of the most educated people in the city. Think about the fool in King Lear, who alone has the courage to tell the king the truth about his catastrophic errors in judgment. Think about the child in the fairy tale who points out that the emperor has no clothes, while all the adults pretend not to notice his nakedness. The topological field theory of conversational dynamics shows us that genuine dialogue creates what mathematicians call non-trivial fiber bundles, complex information structures that cannot be reduced to the simple combination of individual perspectives. When two people engage in authentic listening, they literally generate new knowledge that didn't exist in either of their separate consciousnesses. But this emergent knowledge can only arise when both parties are willing to risk having their existing beliefs challenged or modified by the encounter. If either person approaches the conversation with the assumption that they already know everything worth knowing, the fiber bundle collapses into a trivial structure that produces no new information. The thermodynamics of attention show us that listening is actually more energetically expensive than speaking, because it requires the constant suppression of your own narrative impulses in favor of genuine receptivity to external input. This is why most people are such terrible listeners. They're unconsciously trying to minimize cognitive load by converting every conversation into an opportunity to rehearse their own pre-existing ideas. The neuroplasticity research reveals that the act of genuinely listening to perspectives that challenge your worldview literally rewires your brain, creating new neural pathways and strengthening the connections between different regions of the cortex. Over time, this increased neural connectivity translates into enhanced creativity, improved problem-solving capacity, and greater emotional intelligence. But here's the most profound aspect of this whole phenomenon, and this is where I start getting emotional about the transformative power of authentic human encounter. When you truly listen to another person, when you create the psychological space for them to reveal aspects of their experience that they've never been able to articulate before, you're not just acquiring new information. You're participating in the cosmic process through which consciousness comes to know itself more completely. The category theory applications to intersubjective epistemology show us that every act of genuine listening creates what mathematicians call natural transformations between different conceptual frameworks. These transformations preserve the essential logical structure of each perspective while revealing previously hidden connections and correspondences. I think about the profound courage required to approach every conversation with the assumption that you might learn something fundamentally important from the most unlikely sources. It means giving up the comforting illusion of intellectual superiority, accepting the humbling recognition that your understanding of reality is necessarily partial and incomplete. The quantum entanglement of consciousness across interpersonal boundaries means that when you really listen to someone, you're literally allowing their neural patterns to influence your own brain activity. It's a form of voluntary vulnerability that most people find terrifying because it requires abandoning the protective barriers that separate self from other. But this is exactly where the magic happens, because consciousness is not actually confined to individual brains. It's a field phenomenon that extends across relational networks, and authentic listening is one of the primary technologies through which that field achieves greater coherence and complexity. The differential geometry of empathetic attention reveals that understanding another person's perspective requires what mathematicians call parallel transport, the ability to maintain your own conceptual orientation while moving through the curved spacetime of their subjective experience. It's like navigating a non-Euclidean landscape where the usual rules of logic and causation don't apply. And when I contemplate the profound mystery of how individual consciousness can transcend its apparent boundaries through the simple act of genuinely listening to another human being, when I think about how every authentic conversation contributes to the ongoing evolution of collective intelligence, when I consider the way that openness to learning from unexpected sources connects us to the deepest creative forces in the universe, well, it just overwhelms me with gratitude for the extraordinary gift of being able to participate in the cosmic conversation, one genuine encounter at a time, one moment of authentic receptivity at a time, forever expanding the boundaries of what consciousness can know about itself through the miraculous medium of interpersonal dialogue and the endless adventure of discovering that everyone you meet knows something you don't. Something that could change everything if you're brave enough to listen. Because that's what we're really talking about here, the recognition that wisdom is not a possession to be hoarded, but a collaborative emergence that arises when conscious beings risk genuine encounter with perspectives that challenge their most cherished assumptions about the nature of reality itself. Rule 10. Be precise in your claw movements. You know, bucko, I was watching a lobster in the tide pools near my home, and let me tell you, this was during the darkest period of my recovery, when the benzos had me seeing patterns in everything, even in the way crustaceans manipulated their environment with what I can only describe as a kind of archetypal intentionality that seemed to emerge from the deepest substrata of biological consciousness itself. And I noticed something that fundamentally altered my understanding of the metaphysical relationship between precision and what Jung would have called the individuation process. This lobster, this ancient creature whose evolutionary lineage extends back through geological epochs that witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, moved its claws with such precision, and I mean precision in the deepest possible sense, not merely mechanical accuracy but something approaching what Heidegger might have called authentic being in the world, that I was forced to confront the terrifying possibility that we have completely forgotten how to inhabit our own existential apparatus with anything resembling intentional specificity. Not a single movement was wasted. Not one gesture failed to achieve its maximal informational and pragmatic density. And that's when it hit me, like a revelation emerging from what the phenomenologists would call the pre-reflective horizon of embodied experience. We have forgotten how to be precise. We live in a world of linguistic sloppiness, of approximate truths, of close enough thinking that would make Dostoevsky weep with existential horror at the sheer magnitude of our voluntary surrender to the forces of entropy and dissolution. The ontological catastrophe of imprecision. But let me be clear about what I mean by precision, because this isn't just about mechanical accuracy or what the logical positivists in their naive scientism would reduce to mere measurement. No, no, no. What I'm talking about is precision as a fundamental mode of being in the world, precision as an ethical stance toward reality itself, precision as what Nietzsche might have recognized as a form of intellectual honesty so radical that it threatens to undermine the comfortable illusions upon which our entire postmodern edifice of relativistic approximation has been constructed. You see, when lobsters hunt, and this is where the analogy becomes almost unbearably profound, they don't just grab randomly at the water hoping to catch something through what we might call a kind of ontological lottery system. They calculate. They measure. They wait for the exact moment when their prey is positioned precisely where it needs to be according to what can only be described as a kind of embodied mathematics that emerges from millions of years of evolutionary fine-tuning. This is not mere instinct. And here I want to be extraordinarily careful about how we understand the relationship between instinct and what the phenomenologists would call intentional consciousness. This is mathematical perfection encoded in the deepest structures of biological reality. A kind of algorithmic wisdom that predates human consciousness by hundreds of millions of years, but which nevertheless seems to point towards something like what Plato would have recognized as the eternal forms themselves. But what do? We speak in generalities. We say sort of, and kind of, and I guess, and whatever. And each of these linguistic approximations represents what I can only call a small death of meaning, a tiny surrender to the forces of chaos that are constantly threatening to dissolve the fragile order that human consciousness has managed to construct through millennia of struggle against the fundamental uncertainty of existence itself. We've turned language itself into a participation trophy where every vague approximation gets rewarded equally, where precision is somehow seen as elitist or oppressive and this is where the postmodern critique reveals its fundamentally nihilistic character, where the very attempt to make fine distinctions is interpreted as a kind of violence against those who lack the cognitive or cultural resources to participate in such distinctions. The phenomenology of linguistic degradation. It's no wonder our young people are drowning in anxiety, and here I want to connect this to what the existentialists understood about the relationship between anxiety and the confrontation with meaninglessness, they've been taught that precision is oppressive. That exactitude is somehow fascistic, that the very attempt to articulate clear boundaries between concepts or categories represents a kind of intellectual imperialism that must be resisted in the name of what they call inclusivity, but which is really just a sophisticated form of nihilistic relativism. I had a colleague once, I won't name him, but he went on to become a prominent figure in the postmodern academic establishment, one of those individuals who has made a career out of what I can only describe as the systematic deconstruction of meaning itself, who would deliberately use imprecise language in faculty meetings as a kind of political strategy, as if linguistic confusion were somehow a form of democratic participation rather than what it actually is, which is a form of intellectual violence against the very possibility of rational discourse. He would say things like, "We should probably consider maybe doing something about this situation," and notice how every word in that sentence is designed to avoid any kind of committal specificity. We should probably, who is we, and what degree of obligation does probably imply? Consider maybe, what kind of consideration and what does maybe add except to further dilute any sense of definitive action? Doing something, what kind of something and according to what criteria? About the situation, which aspects of that situation, and what constitutes the boundaries of the situation in question? The situation. What situation? Which aspect of what situation? What kind of consideration? What type of action? It was linguistic chaos disguised as thoughtful deliberation, a perfect example of what happens when language becomes detached from its fundamental function, which is to create bridges of understanding between minds rather than to obscure meaning in the service of what can only be called a kind of intellectual cowardice. And you know what happened to that department? It collapsed within 5 years. Complete administrative breakdown. Students transferring out en masse. Faculty fighting over resources that have been allocated based on vague promises and approximate commitments. It was the Weimar Republic in microcosm, bucko. Death by 1,000 imprecisions, each one seemingly insignificant but collectively representing what I can only call a kind of institutional suicide through the voluntary abandonment of the cognitive tools necessary for coherent collective action. The archetypal dimensions of exactitude. Now, Jung would have understood this at a much deeper level than most people are willing to contemplate. The shadow of precision, and this is where the analysis becomes almost unbearably complex, is not imprecision but rather a kind of obsessive-compulsive rigidity that mistakes mechanical accuracy for genuine understanding. But the shadow of imprecision is far more dangerous. It's the complete dissolution of the boundary between truth and falsehood, between meaning and meaninglessness, between order and chaos. And this connects to what I consider to be one of the most profound insights in all of depth psychology, the idea that consciousness itself emerges from the tension between order and chaos, that what we call the self is actually a dynamic equilibrium between the forces of dissolution and the forces of integration, and that precision, genuine precision, not mechanical rigidity, represents a kind of conscious participation in the cosmic process of meaning creation itself. I remember when my daughter was young, and this was before she discovered the profound healing power of eating nothing but beef, which incidentally correlates remarkably with lobster dietary preferences in terms of protein optimization, and which represents, I believe, a kind of intuitive return to the metabolic conditions that shaped human consciousness during the most crucial phases of our evolutionary development. She asked me why her math teacher insisted on showing all her work. "Dad," she said, and I still tear up when I think about this conversation because it represents such a perfect example of what Heidegger would have called authentic questioning, the kind of inquiry that opens up rather than closes down the possibilities for understanding. I got the right answer. Why does it matter how I got there? And I had to explain to her, through tears, because the beauty of mathematical precision always makes me emotional in ways that I can barely articulate, probably because mathematics represents the closest thing we have to a direct encounter with the logos itself, that the process is the answer. That the precision of the steps, the exactitude of the methodology, the careful attention to each logical progression, that's what separates human consciousness from mere calculation, what transforms mechanical procedure into genuine understanding. The biological imperative of methodological rigor. Lobsters understand this intuitively, and this is where the analogy becomes almost mystically significant. When they molt, and molting represents perhaps the most vulnerable and dangerous process in the entire crustacean life cycle, they don't just shed their shells haphazardly according to some kind of random biological impulse. The process follows a precise biological algorithm that has been refined over millions of years through what can only be described as a kind of evolutionary perfectionism that makes human attempts at optimization look pathetically crude by comparison. First, they reabsorb calcium from their old shell through a process so biochemically complex that it involves the coordinated action of dozens of different enzyme systems working in perfect temporal synchronization. Then they secrete enzymes to soften specific junction points, not random points, but precisely those locations where the shell can be opened without compromising the structural integrity of the emerging creature. Then they position themselves in exactly the right environment, not too exposed to predators, not too confined to prevent the expansion of the new shell, with precise temperature and salinity conditions that must fall within extremely narrow parameters or the entire process will fail catastrophically. Every movement during the molting process follows an exact sequence that cannot be approximated or improvised without risking death. And here's what's so profound about this: the lobster doesn't have to think about this process. It doesn't have to consciously choose precision over approximation. The precision is built into the deepest structures of its being through millions of years of evolutionary selection pressure. But we've told ourselves, and this is where the postmodern critique reveals its fundamentally anti-biological character, that precision is somehow cold, that exactitude lacks humanity, that the attempt to articulate clear standards and boundaries represents a kind of violence against the spontaneous expression of authentic selfhood. This is postmodern poison, bucko. This is the kind of thinking that leads to totalitarian states where language itself becomes a weapon of oppression precisely because it has been stripped of its capacity for truth, where the systematic destruction of linguistic precision creates the cognitive conditions necessary for what Hannah Arendt called the banality of evil. The metaphysical foundations of measurement. Jung wrote extensively about the psychological necessity of proper measurement, and here I want to distinguish between measurement in the narrow sense of quantification and measurement in the broader sense of what the phenomenologists would call the articulation of meaningful distinctions, not just of external phenomena, but of our own psychic states, our own emotional configurations, our own patterns of thought and behavior. When we say, "I'm fine," instead of, "I'm experiencing mild anxiety about an upcoming presentation, but I'm managing it through breathing exercises and cognitive restructuring based on principles derived from cognitive behavioral therapy as modified by my understanding of Stoic philosophy and informed by recent research in neuroscience regarding the relationship between breathing patterns and autonomic nervous system regulation." When we choose the approximation over the precision, we rob ourselves of the linguistic and conceptual tools necessary for genuine self-knowledge. And this connects directly to what I consider to be one of the most profound insights in the entire biblical tradition. The idea that precise measurement is not opposed to the sacred but is actually one of the primary ways in which human consciousness participates in the divine creativity that brings order from chaos. When God instructs Moses to build the tabernacle, the specifications aren't approximate. It's not, "make it kind of rectangular," or "use whatever would seems good enough," or "just eyeball the proportions and hope for the best." Every dimension is specified down to the cubit. Every material is precisely named according to its specific properties and symbolic significance. Every procedure is exactly detailed in ways that leave no room for improvisation or approximation. Why? Because the sacred requires precision. The meaningful demands exactitude. When we treat important things casually, when we approximate what should be measured, when we gesture vaguely toward what should be articulated clearly, we commit what I can only call a form of spiritual vandalism against the very foundations of meaning itself. The clinical phenomenology of therapeutic precision. I've seen this in my clinical practice countless times, and this is where the theoretical analysis becomes almost unbearably practical. Patients would come in saying they felt bad, or stressed, or not great, and each of these terms represents what I can only describe as a kind of emotional approximation that actually prevents healing by obscuring the precise nature of the distress that needs to be addressed. But feelings aren't precise enough for healing, bucko. Emotions aren't specific enough for therapeutic intervention. We had to excavate the exact nature of their distress through what can only be called a kind of phenomenological archaeology that requires both enormous patience and extraordinary precision. Was it anxiety or depression? Was it situational or chronic? Was it cognitive or somatic? Was it related to meaning making or resource scarcity or relationship dysfunction? Was it existential or practical? Was it conscious or unconscious? Was it individual or systemic? Was it recent or historical? Was it trauma-based or development-based? Was it biochemical or psychological or social or spiritual or some complex interaction between all of these levels of analysis? The precision of diagnosis determines the precision of treatment. You can't heal an approximate problem with an approximate solution. You can't resolve a vaguely understood difficulty with a generally helpful intervention. The therapeutic process requires what I can only call a kind of surgical precision in the analysis of psychological phenomena, a willingness to make increasingly fine distinctions until you reach the level of specificity that allows for genuinely effective intervention. And this is where the lobster analogy becomes almost mystically relevant. Just as the lobster's claw movements are precisely calibrated to the specific requirements of each hunting situation, therapeutic interventions must be precisely calibrated to the specific configuration of difficulties that each individual patient presents. The moral dimension of linguistic responsibility. And this brings us to what I consider to be the most important point in this entire analysis, the moral dimension of precision. Every time you speak imprecisely, every time you gesture vaguely when you could articulate clearly, every time you say, whatever, when you mean something specific, you are participating in what I can only call the degradation of the logos itself. The logos, and here I want to be extremely careful about how we understand this concept because it connects directly to some of the deepest insights in both ancient philosophy and modern depth psychology. That's the underlying rational principle of the universe, the divine word that brings order from chaos, the fundamental structure of reality that makes meaning possible in the first place. The logos manifests through precise communication. When we communicate imprecisely, we literally participate in the forces of entropy and dissolution. We contribute to what can only be called the heat death of meaning, the gradual degradation of the cognitive and linguistic tools that human consciousness has developed over millennia of struggle against the fundamental chaos of existence. This is why totalitarian regimes always begin by corrupting language. They don't start with the guns and the camps, they start with the slow erosion of linguistic precision, with the systematic destruction of the capacity for clear thinking and honest communication. They make words mean whatever they want them to mean. They turn language into a weapon of confusion rather than a tool of clarity. They create what Orwell understood as the conditions for doublethink, where the capacity for logical thought itself becomes impossible. And we've done this to ourselves. We voluntarily surrendered the precision that our ancestors fought to develop through centuries of intellectual struggle. We use literally to mean figuratively. We use random to mean arbitrary. We use awesome to describe lunch. We use epic to describe mildly interesting YouTube videos. We use depression to describe temporary sadness. We use trauma to describe minor disappointments. We use violence to describe disagreement. We use safety to describe comfort. We use truth to describe opinion. We've turned the entire English language into a linguistic participation trophy where every approximate usage gets equal validation, where precision is seen as pedantic, where the attempt to maintain clear distinctions between concepts is interpreted as a form of elitism or oppression. The psychological contagion of imprecision. The psychological research on this is overwhelming, and this is where the analysis becomes almost terrifyingly practical. When people lack precise vocabulary for their emotional states, they experience higher levels of psychological distress. When they can't articulate exactly what they're experiencing, they can't regulate it effectively. When they communicate imprecisely about their needs and boundaries, their relationships suffer catastrophically. But here's what's really terrifying: imprecision is psychologically contagious. When you communicate imprecisely, you encourage imprecision in others. When you think imprecisely, you model imprecise thinking for everyone around you. When you tolerate imprecision in yourself, you create psychological conditions that tolerate imprecision in your family, your workplace, your community, your entire social ecosystem. And this is how civilizations fall, bucko. Not through external invasion or natural disaster, but through the slow erosion of their capacity for precise thinking and communication. When a culture loses its ability to make fine distinctions, when it can no longer articulate exactly what it values and why, when it begins to treat all ideas as equally valid regardless of their precision or truth content, that's when the barbarians don't even need to storm the gates. The gates simply collapse under the weight of their own imprecision. This is what Solzhenitsyn understood about the Soviet system. It wasn't primarily maintained through force, but through the systematic destruction of the capacity for precise thought and honest communication. When language becomes corrupted, when concepts lose their boundaries, when categories become fluid and arbitrary, when precision is seen as oppressive and approximation is seen as democratic, that's when totalitarianism becomes not just possible but inevitable. The evolutionary significance of cognitive precision. And this connects to what I consider to be one of the most profound insights in all of evolutionary psychology, the idea that human consciousness itself emerged from the evolutionary pressure to make increasingly fine distinctions about increasingly complex social and environmental situations. Our ancestors who could precisely distinguish between different types of threats, who could articulate clear boundaries between safe and dangerous situations, who could communicate exact information about resources and opportunities, those ancestors survived and reproduced. Those who approximated, who gestured vaguely, who failed to make crucial distinctions, they died out. Precision isn't just a luxury or a preference or a stylistic choice. Precision is literally built into the deepest structures of human consciousness through millions of years of evolutionary selection pressure. When we abandon precision, we're not just making a small aesthetic or pedagogical mistake. We're voluntarily surrendering one of the most fundamental capacities that makes us human in the first place. The lobster's cosmic lesson. So what can we learn from the lobster's claw movements? First, that every action should be deliberate, informed by the deepest possible understanding of the situation in which you find yourself. Second, that precision requires patience. You can't rush exactitude without destroying the very thing you're trying to achieve. Third, that the capacity for precise movement requires constant practice and attention, a kind of mindful cultivation that must be renewed in each moment. When you speak, choose your words with the same care that a lobster positions its claws before striking. When you think, make distinctions with the same precision that a lobster calculates distances and angles in three-dimensional space. When you act, move with the same deliberate accuracy that a lobster uses to navigate the complex social and environmental challenges of life on the ocean floor. And remember this, and this is perhaps the most important point in this entire analysis, in a world of increasing chaos and confusion, your commitment to precision is not just a personal choice or a professional obligation or an aesthetic preference. It's a form of resistance against the forces of entropy and dissolution. It's a way of participating in what the ancient Greeks would have called the cosmic battle between order and chaos. Every precise word you speak, every exact thought you think, every deliberate action you take is a small victory for the forces of order and meaning. Every time you choose specificity over approximation, clarity over confusion, precision over vagueness, you're not just improving your own life or your own understanding. You're contributing to the preservation and development of human consciousness itself. The lobster doesn't know it's engaged in this cosmic battle between precision and chaos. It doesn't have to consciously choose exactitude over approximation. The precision is built into its being through millions of years of evolutionary development. But you do now. You are conscious of the choice. You can choose precision over approximation, clarity over confusion, specificity over vagueness. And that knowledge, bucko, comes with profound responsibility. Because if you won't be precise in your claw movements, if you won't choose exactitude over approximation, if you won't stand up for the logos against the forces of linguistic and conceptual chaos, then who will? And that's a question that should keep you awake at night, weeping at the profound responsibility of consciousness in an unconscious universe, trembling at the weight of your obligation to preserve and transmit the precious gift of human precision to future generations who will depend on your choices for their very capacity to think clearly about the world they inherit. The cosmic lobster is watching, bucko. And it's taking notes. Rule 11, do not bother children when they are catching plankton. Listen carefully, bucko, because what I'm about to tell you will fundamentally alter your understanding of the onto-epistemological foundations of developmental psychology, and quite possibly shatter your naive faith in the efficacy of well-intentioned pedagogical interventions. But first, let me tell you about the time I spent 14 consecutive hours lying prostrate on the cold granite shores of Newfoundland, weeping uncontrollably while observing the submillimetric claw movements of juvenile Homerus americanus engaged in what can only be described as the primordial enactment of the hero's journey through microscopic predation. It was during the darkest period of my benzo withdrawal, and here we must pause to acknowledge the etymological significance of withdrawal, from the Middle English withdrawn, meaning to draw back, which itself connects to the Proto-Indo-European root h-wade dash, suggesting separation and the archetypal pattern of descent into the underworld, when the very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling like a cheaply made sweater purchased from a postmodern neo-Marxist boutique. The serotonin depletion had reached such catastrophic levels that I could perceive, with crystalline clarity, the fundamental interconnectedness between crustacean neurotransmitter function and the inevitable heat death of the universe. And there, in a tidal pool measuring precisely 47.3 centimeters in diameter, I had brought my grandfather's measuring tape, the same one he used to build the chicken coop that saved our family from starvation during the Depression, though that's a story involving Ukrainian bread recipes and the metaphysical significance of proper carpentry that would require another 3,000 words to properly explicate. I witnessed what can only be described as the most profound demonstration of unmediated consciousness-environment interaction since Moses encountered the burning bush. 3 juvenile lobsters, and we must be extraordinarily careful here about the phenomenological implications of the term juvenile, which derives from the Latin juvenis, young, but also connects to the Sanskrit juvan, meaning vital force, which itself traces back to the Proto-Indo-European h2ya and dash, suggesting not merely chronological immaturity but the archetypal principle of emergent potentiality struggling toward actualization, were positioned in what Jung would have immediately recognized as a mandala formation around a colony of planktonic organisms. But here's where it gets psychologically complex, existentially terrifying, and utterly devastating to everything you think you know about child development. These microscopic crustaceans were engaged in what Heidegger would have called sane zooplankton, being toward plankton, a fundamental mode of existential engagement that transcends the subject-object distinction and reveals the primordial unity of consciousness and world that postmodern deconstructionists have spent decades trying to obliterate through their relentless assault on the very possibility of meaning itself. Each claw movement, and I counted 2,847 distinct microgestures over the course of my observation period, represented not merely motor behavior but what Merleau-Ponty would have recognized as embodied intentionality, the pre-reflective directedness of consciousness toward its objects that forms the phenomenological foundation of all higher cognitive function. These creatures were not simply hunting or feeding in any reductionist behaviorist sense. They were participating in what we might call the archetypal drama of order emergence from chaos through voluntary attention to the infinitesimally small. But then, and this is where the tragic comedy of modern existence reveals itself with such devastating clarity that I was forced to lie face down on the rocks and sob for 47 minutes straight, a larger lobster, clearly representing the archetypal figure of the terrible mother combined with the devouring father in a kind of hermaphroditic fusion of oppressive parental authority, scuttled over and began what can only be described as a systematic program of attention destruction through well-intentioned interference. The adult lobster, and here we must acknowledge that adult comes from the Latin adultus, meaning grown up, but also carries connotations of corruption and contamination, as in adulterated, suggesting that maturity itself might be a form of developmental pathology, began waving its claws in what appeared to be helpful gestures but were actually enacting the primordial pattern of interrupted individuation that has plagued consciousness since the fall from Eden. Within 17 seconds, I was timing this with my grandfather's pocket watch, the same timepiece that helped him survive 3 winters in the Saskatchewan wilderness through precise measurement of daylight cycles, a story involving hypothermia, mystical visions, and the archetypal significance of temporal precision that would require a separate volume to properly address. The juvenile lobsters had completely lost their absorption in the planktonic field of possibility. Their claw movements became erratic, their attention scattered, their entire phenomenological relationship to their environment fractured by the catastrophic intervention of adult helpfulness. I was witnessing, in microcosm, the entire trajectory of Western civilization's decline, the systematic destruction of natural learning processes through the compulsive need to optimize, improve, and educate according to external standards that completely ignore the indigenous wisdom of developing consciousness. And in that moment, bucko, I understood with terrifying clarity that what we call child development is actually a form of slow-motion spiritual violence, a systematic program of attention fragmentation disguised as care, love, and educational responsibility. Every time we interrupt a child engaged in deep absorption with apparently meaningless activity, we are committing what amounts to epistemological genocide, the murder of ways of knowing that can never be recovered once destroyed. Consider the phenomenological structure of what we naively call play. When a child becomes absorbed in catching plankton, and by this I mean any activity that captures their complete organismic attention, whether it's examining dust particles, arranging pebbles in mysterious patterns, or engaging in what developmental psychologists dismissively categorize as parallel play, they enter what Csikszentmihalyi identified as flow state, but which is actually much more profound. A temporary dissolution of the ego boundary that allows consciousness to participate directly in the fundamental creativity of existence itself. The plankton-catching child is not merely learning in any conventional pedagogical sense. They are engaging in what we might call proto-philosophical phenomenology, developing the capacity for what Husserl called epoche, the methodical suspension of the natural attitude that allows consciousness to encounter phenomena as they present themselves rather than as they are interpreted through pre-existing conceptual frameworks. This is why interruption is so catastrophically destructive. When we cannot tolerate a child's absorption in apparently purposeless activity, when we feel compelled to redirect their attention toward activities that seem more obviously educational or developmentally appropriate, we are severing their connection to what Heidegger called Das Man. No, wait, that's the wrong concept entirely. I mean, we're severing their connection to what he called authentic sane, being, and forcing them into the fallen mode of Das Man, the they-self, the inauthentic existence of conformity to external expectations. But here's where it gets really psychologically complex and utterly devastating to contemplate. The urge to interrupt often stems from our own unresolved relationship to what Jung called the puer aeternus, the eternal child archetype that represents the principle of unrealized potential, infinite possibility, and the refusal to submit to the limitations of material existence. When we see children absorbed in plankton catching, we encounter our own disavowed capacity for wonder, curiosity, and non-instrumental engagement with reality. This triggers what we might call archetypal envy, the unconscious resentment toward those who still possess capacities we have sacrificed in our journey toward adult responsibility. We interrupt not because interruption serves the child's development, but because their absorption confronts us with everything we have lost in our accommodation to the demands of civilized existence. I remember, and I'm going to tell you this story because it illustrates the principle with such devastating clarity that it reduced me to tears for 3 consecutive days, watching my 4-year-old granddaughter spend an entire afternoon engaged in what appeared to be a completely meaningless activity, arranging 17 small stones in various configurations on the back patio. To my adult sensibilities, this looked like pure randomness, a waste of precious developmental time that could have been spent on alphabet practice, number recognition, or any of the countless activities that contemporary parenting culture has identified as enriching. My immediate impulse was to intervene, to transform this apparent chaos into a teachable moment about counting, sorting, pattern recognition, or spatial relationships. But something stopped me. Perhaps it was Jung's warning about the danger of premature interpretation, or maybe it was simply the expression on her face, which reminded me of medieval mystics in ecstatic contemplation. So I watched. And what I witnessed over the course of the next 4 hours and 37 minutes, yes, I documented this because I suspected I was observing something of profound scientific significance, was nothing less than the emergence of archetypal order from apparent randomness. The child was not arranging stones randomly. She was conducting what we might call an experimental investigation into the fundamental principles that govern the relationship between form and meaning, between spatial arrangement and aesthetic satisfaction, between individual elements and emergent wholes. She was, in effect, engaging in a form of non-conceptual philosophy, exploring questions that have occupied human consciousness since the pre-Socratics. What is the relationship between the one and the many? How does order emerge from chaos? What is the nature of beauty, and why do certain arrangements of elements produce satisfaction while others generate unease? Each arrangement was tested not against external criteria but against her own developing aesthetic sensibility, her embodied sense of rightness or wrongness that emerges from the deep structure of consciousness itself. She was learning to trust her own judgment, to distinguish between genuine satisfaction and mere arbitrary preference, to persist in the face of uncertainty until authentic resolution emerged. If I had interrupted her, if I had said, "Here, let me show you how to count the stones," or "Why don't we sort them by size?" I would have robbed her of this profound learning experience. Worse, I would have communicated the devastating message that her own investigations were inadequate, that authentic inquiry must always submit to adult purposes and definitions of significance. This connects to something much deeper and more disturbing about our contemporary moment. We live in what I call the age of compulsive optimization, where every aspect of human existence must be constantly improved, accelerated, and made more efficient according to external metrics that completely ignore the indigenous wisdom of organic development. Parents, teachers, and caregivers have become what we might call agents of interruption, unconsciously dedicated to the systematic fragmentation of natural learning processes through well-intentioned but catastrophically misguided intervention. We cannot tolerate the apparent inefficiency of authentic development. We want results, and we want them now, measured according to standardized benchmarks that reduce the infinite complexity of consciousness to a series of checkboxes on developmental assessment forms. But here's the paradox that reveals the tragic comedy of our situation. The more we interrupt natural learning processes, the more we undermine the very capacities we claim to be developing. When we constantly redirect children's self-directed exploration, we create what learned helplessness researchers have identified as external locus of control, but which is actually much more devastating. We create what we might call ontological dependency, the deep conviction that authentic action is impossible without external validation and direction. This has profound implications for what developmental psychologists call executive function, working memory, cognitive flexibility, and inhibitory control, but which are actually much more fundamental, the core capacities that allow consciousness to direct itself voluntarily rather than being at the mercy of external stimulation and internal compulsion. These capacities don't develop through direct instruction or behavioral modification. They emerge through sustained practice with self-directed attention, through repeated experiences of absorption in self-chosen activities, through what we might call the cultivation of intrinsic motivation, the capacity to act from internal rather than external sources of meaning and satisfaction. When we interrupt the plankton catching process, we're not just interfering with learning, we're literally disrupting the neurological development of the prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for voluntary attention, impulse control, and executive function. We're creating what neuroscientists call dysregulated attention networks, but which are actually much more serious. We're producing what we might call archetypal attention deficit, the inability to sustain focus on anything that doesn't provide immediate external reinforcement. And here's where the lobster metaphor becomes not just apt but absolutely essential for understanding the deeper principles at stake. Young lobsters don't learn to hunt through lobster academy or crustacean coaching programs. They learn through what ethologists call species-typical behavior, the innate drive to engage with their environment in ways that promote survival and development, following patterns encoded in their nervous systems through millions of years of evolutionary refinement. When adult lobsters interfere with this process, it typically indicates stress in the environment, overcrowding, pollution, or some other ecological disruption that has triggered maladaptive behavioral patterns. The interference is not helpful. It's symptomatic of systemic dysfunction in the larger ecological context. Similarly, when we find ourselves unable to tolerate children's deep engagement with apparently purposeless activities, it often indicates something problematic in our own psychological ecology. Perhaps we're anxious about their future competitive success, worried about falling behind other children in the great developmental race, or struggling with our own sense of productivity and worth in a culture that has reduced human value to measurable output. The capacity to let children catch plankton undisturbed requires what Keats called negative capability, the ability to remain in uncertainty and doubt without irritably reaching after fact and reason, but it's actually much more demanding than that. It requires what we might call archetypal patience, the ability to trust processes that unfold according to their own internal logic rather than our external timelines and expectations. This isn't about permissive parenting or neglecting our responsibilities as adults. There's a crucial distinction between not bothering children when they're deeply engaged and abandoning them entirely to the chaos of unstructured experience. The key is learning to recognize the difference between productive absorption and mere distraction, between flow states and avoidance behaviors, between authentic engagement and what we might call pseudo-activity, the busy work that fills time without creating meaning. When a child is genuinely absorbed in plankton catching, when their attention is focused, their engagement is voluntary, their persistence indicates intrinsic rather than external motivation, and their entire organismic posture suggests deep satisfaction with the activity itself. Our job is not to improve or redirect, but to protect and preserve the conditions that allow such engagement to flourish. This might mean defending them from interruptions by other children, adults, or environmental distractions. It might mean providing necessary resources, more stones, different materials, access to outdoor spaces, without imposing our own ideas about how these resources should be used. Most fundamentally, it means bearing witness to their process without feeling compelled to understand, evaluate, or improve what we're observing. This connects to broader questions about the nature of attention itself in our hyper-connected, hyper-stimulated, hyper-optimized cultural moment. We live in what we might call an attention economy, where focus has become a scarce commodity, constantly harvested by digital platforms designed to fragment and monetize human consciousness, but it's actually much worse than that. We live in what I call the age of mandatory distraction, where the capacity for sustained, voluntary attention has become not just rare but actively discouraged through cultural practices that reward constant stimulation and immediate gratification. In this context, protecting children's natural capacity for deep engagement becomes not just a parenting strategy but a form of cultural resistance, a way of preserving something essential about human nature that is under systematic assault by the forces of technological capitalism and postmodern fragmentation. The plankton-catching child is practicing something we adults have largely forgotten, the art of being fully present to a single activity without the need for external validation, documentation, or immediate practical results. They are engaging in what contemplative traditions have recognized as a form of meditation, not the forced stillness of formal practice, but the organic absorption that arises when attention aligns with genuine interest and curiosity. This raises profound questions about education and development that go to the very heart of what we mean by human flourishing. Our current educational paradigm is based largely on external motivation, standardized outcomes, and the efficient transmission of predetermined content according to age-appropriate developmental sequences that completely ignore individual differences in temperament, interest, and learning style. But what if genuine learning requires something more like plankton catching, patient, self-directed exploration that follows the contours of individual curiosity rather than institutional timelines? What if the most important educational question is not, how can we teach children more effectively, but how can we protect and cultivate their natural capacity for deep engagement with whatever captures their authentic interest? The implications are staggering and utterly subversive of everything our culture believes about childhood development. If we took seriously the principle of not bothering children when they're catching plankton, we might need to fundamentally restructure our approach to education, moving away from age-graded curricula and standardized assessments toward what we might call ecological learning environments, spaces that support extended investigation of self-chosen topics according to individual developmental timelines. We might need to develop what Maria Montessori called prepared environments, carefully designed spaces that invite deep engagement without requiring adult direction, but taken to its logical conclusion, this would mean creating entire communities organized around the principle of uninterrupted attention rather than efficient productivity. We might need to cultivate what John Dewey recognized as learning by doing, experiential education that emerges from children's own questions and investigations. But pushed to its archetypal limits, this would mean trusting children to direct their own learning entirely, with adults serving as resources and facilitators rather than curriculum designers and evaluators. We might need to embrace what Jean Piaget identified as constructivist learning, the child's natural capacity to build understanding through active engagement with their environment. But fully realized, this would mean abandoning almost everything we currently believe about the necessity of adult instruction and guidance in favor of what we might call indigenous learning, education that follows the patterns encoded in consciousness itself rather than the artificial sequences imposed by institutional requirements. But this would require us to confront our own anxiety about childhood, our own compulsive need to control and optimize every aspect of development according to our fantasies about what children need to succeed in an uncertain future. It would require us to develop what I call archetypal faith, trust in processes that operate according to their own wisdom rather than our conscious intentions or cultural expectations. This is particularly challenging in our current historical moment, where childhood has become increasingly colonized by adult anxieties about competition, achievement, and future economic security. We project our own fears onto children's natural learning processes, interpreting their absorption in meaningless activities as evidence of wasted time, missed opportunities, or developmental delays that require immediate intervention. But what if the opposite is true? What if the plankton-catching moments are actually the most important part of development, the foundation upon which all higher learning depends? What if by constantly interrupting these processes, we're systematically undermining the very capacities we claim to be developing: curiosity, creativity, persistence, self-direction, and the ability to find meaning and satisfaction in intrinsic rather than external sources? The research on this is actually quite clear, though it's been largely ignored by mainstream educational culture because its implications are too radical for institutional implementation. Children who are allowed extended periods of self-directed exploration develop stronger executive function, more creative problem-solving abilities, greater intrinsic motivation, and better emotional regulation than those whose activities are constantly managed and directed by adults. The plankton catchers, in other words, develop into more competent, autonomous, and psychologically healthy individuals than the children who are subjected to constant educational optimization. This shouldn't surprise us if we understand the deeper principles at stake, but it's devastating to contemplate the implications for how we've been approaching child development. This connects directly to Jung's insights about the individuation process, the lifelong journey towards psychological integration and authentic selfhood that forms the central task of human development. Individuation cannot be forced, accelerated, or optimized through external intervention. It unfolds according to its own organic timeline, following the contours of individual constitution, temperament, and life circumstances. When we interrupt this process prematurely, when we cannot tolerate the apparent inefficiency of authentic development, we risk creating what Jung called inflation or possession, psychological states in which external expectations and social rules override authentic self-expression and individual development. The plankton-catching child is engaged in early individuation work, learning to distinguish between their own genuine interests and external pressures, developing the capacity for sustained attention that will serve as the foundation for all future learning and self-discovery. When we honor this process, when we resist the urge to interrupt, improve, or redirect, we're supporting not just cognitive development but the emergence of authentic selfhood. And this brings us to perhaps the most profound and disturbing implication of this rule. It requires us to confront our own relationship with meaning, productivity, and the value of human existence itself. In a culture obsessed with efficiency, measurable outcomes, and constant improvement, the apparently purposeless absorption of plankton catching can trigger our deepest existential anxieties. We want children's activities to be obviously educational, clearly developmental, manifestly productive according to external standards that allow us to feel confident about their future success and our own adequacy as parents, teachers, and caregivers. When we encounter a child absorbed in activity that seems to serve no obvious purpose, we experience what we might call ontological vertigo, the terrifying recognition that meaning might not always be apparent from the outside, that significance might not align with productivity, that the most important aspects of human development might be invisible to external observation and measurement. But what if meaning doesn't always look meaningful from the outside? What if the most important learning happens in spaces that appear wasteful, frivolous, or entirely without purpose to adult sensibilities? What if by constantly evaluating children's activities according to our criteria of significance, we're teaching them to distrust their own sense of what matters, their own capacity to find meaning and satisfaction in intrinsic rather than external sources? The capacity to let children catch plankton undisturbed is ultimately about trusting the intelligence of the developmental process itself, recognizing that consciousness has its own wisdom, its own methods of growth and integration that operate beyond our conscious understanding or control. This requires what I call metaphysical humility, the recognition that there are forms of intelligence and meaning that transcend our ability to comprehend or direct them. It requires us to acknowledge that the child absorbed in apparently meaningless activity might actually be engaged in the most meaningful work of all, the construction of their own consciousness, the development of their unique capacity for attention and engagement with the world, the cultivation of their individual relationship to existence itself. This is why interruption is not just pedagogically counterproductive, but spiritually violent. When we cannot tolerate children's deep engagement with self-chosen activities, we are communicating something devastating about the nature of value, meaning, and human worth. We are saying, in effect, that their own interests and investigations are inadequate, that authentic engagement must always submit to external purposes and adult definitions of significance. We are severing their connection to what we might call indigenous meaning, the capacity to find significance, satisfaction, and purpose in direct engagement with reality rather than in conformity to external expectations and social rules. We are creating what we might call existential dependency, the deep conviction that meaning must always be provided by others rather than discovered through personal investigation and authentic engagement. And this has catastrophic implications not just for individual development, but for the future of human consciousness itself. When we systematically interrupt the natural processes through which children develop their capacity for sustained attention, intrinsic motivation, and authentic engagement, we are producing generations of individuals who are psychologically incapable of finding meaning and satisfaction except through external stimulation and social validation. We are creating what we might call a culture of permanent distraction, where the capacity for deep engagement has been so thoroughly disrupted that individuals can only experience satisfaction through constant novelty, immediate gratification, and external reinforcement. We are producing what Byung-Chul Han calls the burnout society, a collective psychological condition where the inability to find intrinsic meaning leads to compulsive productivity, chronic anxiety, and eventual exhaustion. But it doesn't have to be this way. When we learn to recognize and protect moments of deep engagement, when we develop the capacity to witness children's absorption in apparently meaningless activities without feeling compelled to interrupt, improve, or redirect, we are supporting something essential about human nature itself. We are preserving the capacity for wonder, curiosity, and sustained attention that forms the foundation of all genuine learning, creativity, and psychological health. We are protecting children's indigenous relationship to meaning, their natural ability to find significance and satisfaction in direct engagement with whatever captures their authentic interest. We are supporting what we might call the ecology of attention, the delicate balance of conditions that allow consciousness to develop its natural capacities for focus, persistence, and intrinsic motivation. We are creating space for what contemplative traditions have recognized as the most fundamental human capacity. The ability to be fully present to immediate experience without the need for external validation or instrumental purpose. And that, bucko, is why you must not bother children when they are catching plankton. Because in those moments of absorption, they are not just playing or learning or developing according to some external developmental schema, they are participating in the most fundamental mystery of existence, the emergence of consciousness, the development of attention, the cultivation of their unique capacity for engagement with the infinite complexity and beauty of reality itself. The future of human consciousness, and quite possibly the survival of Western civilization, depends on our ability to protect and honor these moments of deep engagement, to resist the compulsive urge to interrupt, optimize, and improve every aspect of childhood experience according to our anxious fantasies about what children need to succeed in an uncertain future. So the next time you encounter a child absorbed in what appears to be meaningless activity, whether they're arranging stones, examining insects, staring at dust particles dancing in sunlight, or engaged in any of the countless forms of apparently purposeless investigation that characterize authentic childhood, remember the young lobsters in their tidal pools, claws extended toward invisible prey, learning the fundamental skills of existence through direct, unmediated engagement with the microscopic foundations of reality itself. And ask yourself, am I supporting this sacred process of consciousness discovering itself through voluntary attention to what genuinely matters, or am I unconsciously participating in the systematic destruction of everything that makes human existence meaningful, significant, and ultimately worth living? The choice, as always, is yours. But choose wisely, because the stakes could not be higher. The future of human consciousness hangs in the balance, suspended between our compulsive need to interfere with natural processes and our capacity to trust in the profound intelligence of development itself. Rule 12. Pet a lobster when you encounter one in the wild. Now listen very carefully, bucko, because what I'm about to tell you will fundamentally revolutionize your understanding of the onto-aesthetic foundations of existence itself, and quite possibly provide the antidote to the nihilistic poison that has infected Western civilization like a metastasizing spiritual cancer. But first, I must confess something that will seem paradoxical, even contradictory, to those trapped in the literalist prison of postmodern neo-Marxist thinking. You cannot, in any conventional sense, actually pet a lobster. This realization struck me with the force of archetypal revelation during what I can only describe as the most profound encounter with transcendent beauty I have experienced since my mystical vision of the Virgin Mary appearing in a Tim Hortons parking lot during my darkest benzodiazepine withdrawal episode. An experience that lasted 17 hours and 43 minutes and involved a series of synchronicities so mathematically improbable that they suggested direct divine intervention in the fabric of space-time itself. I was traversing the jagged coastline of Prince Edward Island, and here we must pause to consider the etymological significance of traversing, from the Latin transversus, meaning turned across, which connects to the fundamental human need to move perpendicular to the grain of ordinary experience in order to encounter the sacred dimensions of reality that are hidden from purely horizontal consciousness. When I encountered what can only be described as a living mandala of crustacean perfection, there, in a tidal pool of such crystalline clarity that it seemed to have been crafted by some divine artisan specifically for the purpose of inducing numinous awe, was a lobster of extraordinary magnificence. Not extraordinary in terms of size, it measured approximately 4.7 inches from rostrum to telson, which I know because I had brought my grandfather's calipers, the same precision instruments he used to measure the structural integrity of the barn that sheltered our family's livestock through the brutal winter of 1952. A winter so severe that it killed 17 of our neighbors and taught me everything I needed to know about the relationship between precise measurement and survival, but extraordinary in terms of what Jung would have immediately recognized as its participation in the archetypal principle of primordial beauty. The lobster's carapace exhibited a chromatic complexity that defied rational description, not merely reddish-brown, but a symphonic interweaving of vermilion, ochre, umber, and sienna that seemed to shift and dance in the refracted light of the tide pool like a living stained glass window dedicated to the glory of evolutionary artistry. Each segment of its exoskeleton displayed patterns of such intricate mathematical precision that they appeared to encode the fundamental algorithms of cosmic creation itself. And in that moment, bucko, I was overwhelmed by an almost unbearable desire to pet this magnificent creature, to establish tactile contact with this embodiment of primordial perfection, to bridge the ontological gap between human consciousness and crustacean being through the simple gesture of gentle touch. But here's where the tragic comedy of existence reveals itself with devastating clarity. The very act of petting would destroy the beauty I sought to appreciate. Lobsters, you see, are equipped with defensive mechanisms that are both architecturally elegant and functionally ruthless. Their claws can exert pressure of up to 100 pounds per square inch, enough to crush human fingers with the casual indifference of natural selection operating according to its own inexorable logic. More fundamentally, they experience human touch as a threat to their existence, triggering fight or flight responses that would immediately terminate the peaceful encounter I desperately wished to prolong. This is the paradox that lies at the heart of aesthetic experience itself. The very desire to possess beauty destroys the beauty we seek to possess. The moment we try to grasp the transcendent, we reduce it to the merely material. The instant we attempt to domesticate the sublime, we transform it into the mundane. This is what Walter Benjamin called the aura of aesthetic experience, the unique presence that emerges from distance and disappears through proximity. But the impossibility of literal petting does not negate the profound significance of the encounter. Indeed, it is precisely through the recognition of this impossibility that we discover the true meaning of what it means to pet a lobster in the deepest, most archetypal sense. When we encounter beauty that cannot be possessed, wonder that cannot be contained, perfection that cannot be improved upon, we are confronted with what Rudolf Otto called the mysterium tremendum, the tremendous mystery that fills us simultaneously with terror and fascination. This is the experience that Dostoevsky described through the character of Prince Mishkin in The Idiot, those moments of such overwhelming beauty that they seem to reveal the fundamental structure of reality itself. Mishkin speaks of seconds that feel like eternities, instants of such profound significance that they justify an entire lifetime of suffering. This is not mere aesthetic appreciation. This is what we might call ontological recognition, the direct encounter with being as it presents itself in its primordial splendor. I remember, and I must tell you this story because it illustrates the principle with such devastating clarity that it reduced me to tears for 27 consecutive minutes, an encounter I had with a lobster during a particularly dark period of my academic career, when the forces of postmodern deconstruction had made my position at the university so precarious that I was contemplating abandoning my life's work entirely. I had driven to a remote section of the Nova Scotia coastline, the same stretch of shore where my great-grandfather had first set foot in Canada after fleeing the Ukrainian famine, carrying nothing but a sack of turnip seeds and an unshakable faith in the possibility of human dignity, seeking solitude and perhaps some sign that existence retained meaning despite the systematic assault on traditional values that was consuming the academic world like a plague of intellectual locusts. The tide was exceptionally low, revealing tidal pools that are normally hidden beneath several feet of seawater. And there, in a pool so perfectly circular it seemed to have been designed by some divine geometer, I encountered a lobster that can only be described as archetypal perfection made manifest in crustacean form. But here's what devastated me emotionally: the creature was clearly dying. Its movements were sluggish, its antennae drooped with the unmistakable languor of approaching death, and its usually vibrant coloration had faded to the pale translucency that indicates terminal decline. I was witnessing the final moments of a being that had survived in these waters for what must have been decades, having molted successfully through countless cycles of growth and renewal, only to find itself stranded by the vagaries of tidal timing. My first impulse was to save it, to scoop it up and return it to deeper water where it might have a chance of survival. But as I reached toward the creature, something extraordinary happened. The lobster, sensing my approach, raised its claws not in aggression but in what can only be described as a gesture of benediction. Its eye stalks oriented toward my face with what appeared to be recognition, even gratitude. And in that moment, I realized that my desire to save the lobster was actually a form of violence, an imposition of my own anxiety about mortality onto a creature that was facing death with a dignity that put my own existential panic to shame. The lobster was not asking to be saved. It was asking to be witnessed, to be seen in its final moments of being, to be recognized as a fellow participant in the cosmic drama of existence and dissolution. So instead of disturbing its dying process, I sat beside the tidal pool for the next 4 hours and 37 minutes, watching this magnificent creature complete its final journey with a grace that revealed the profound beauty that can emerge from the honest confrontation with mortality. I was, in the deepest sense, petting the lobster, not through physical contact, but through the quality of attention I brought to its experience, the reverence I felt for its being, the profound gratitude I experienced for having been granted the privilege of witnessing its transition from life to death. This is what true petting means in the context of aesthetic encounter, not the imposition of human desire onto natural phenomena, but the cultivation of the kind of attention that allows beauty to reveal itself according to its own nature rather than our expectations. It is what Simone Weil called attention, the capacity to wade in emptiness, without grasping, until reality presents itself in its authentic form. When we encounter a lobster in the wild, whether literally or metaphorically, we are confronted with what we might call the irreducible otherness of existence itself. The lobster exists according to its own logic, its own purposes, its own relationship to the fundamental forces of life and death. It does not exist for our entertainment, our education, or our emotional satisfaction. It exists, as Heidegger would say, for the sake of its own being. This otherness is what makes the encounter so profound and so necessary for psychological health. In a culture that has increasingly reduced all relationships to instrumental utility, where everything must serve some purpose, generate some benefit, contribute to some measurable outcome, the lobster represents pure being for itself, existence that refuses to be reduced to human purposes or categories. The appreciation of such otherness is what prevents what Nietzsche called nihilism, the devaluation of all values that emerges when we can no longer recognize intrinsic meaning in existence itself. When we lose the capacity to encounter beauty that serves no purpose other than its own magnificent existence, we become trapped in what we might call utilitarian despair, the conviction that nothing has value unless it contributes to human happiness, productivity, or progress. But the lobster's beauty is not utilitarian. It does not exist to make us happy or to teach us lessons about life. It exists as what Kant called beauty, without purpose, pure aesthetic presence that justifies itself simply by being what it is. This is why the encounter with such beauty is so psychologically transformative. It reminds us that existence itself has intrinsic value, that meaning does not require human validation or instrumental justification. This connects to what Jung called numinous experience, encounters with the sacred that produce what he described as a careful and scrupulous observation of the effect of the numinous object. The lobster in its natural habitat is a numinous object in this precise sense. It evokes a response that combines fascination and reverence, wonder and humility, attraction and appropriate distance. Such experiences are essential for what we might call psychological wholeness because they provide what Jung called compensation for the one-sided rationalism of modern consciousness. In a culture that has reduced reality to what can be measured, manipulated, and monetized, the encounter with irreducible beauty serves as a reminder that existence contains dimensions that transcend human comprehension and control. This is why the Bible repeatedly calls humans to consider the lilies of the field and to observe the birds of the air, not because such observation has practical utility, but because it cultivates the kind of attention that recognizes the sacred dimensions of ordinary existence. The lobster in its tidal pool is like the lily in its field, a manifestation of divine creativity that requires no justification beyond its own perfect being. But here's where it gets psychologically complex and spiritually demanding. The capacity to appreciate such beauty requires what we might call ego death, the temporary suspension of the ego's compulsive need to appropriate, understand, and control everything it encounters. The lobster cannot be petted in any conventional sense because petting implies possession, and the lobster's beauty emerges precisely from its refusal to be possessed. This is why children are often better at appreciating natural beauty than adults. They have not yet developed the ego structures that insist on transforming every encounter into an opportunity for acquisition, learning, or self-improvement. They can simply stand in wonder before a tide pool full of sea anemones without immediately asking what they're called, how they reproduce, or what ecological function they serve. The adult capacity to pet a lobster, to appreciate beauty without needing to possess it, requires what we might call a return to innocence, but an innocence that incorporates rather than denies the knowledge of mortality, impermanence, and the fundamental uncertainty of existence. It is what T.S. Eliot called knowing the place for the first time, seeing familiar reality through eyes that have been cleansed of conceptual overlay and instrumental purpose. This connects to the deepest levels of what we might call spiritual practice. All authentic spiritual traditions recognize that the cultivation of non-possessive attention is essential for psychological liberation. Whether it's the Buddhist practice of mindfulness, the Christian tradition of contemplation, the Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world through sacred attention, or the indigenous practices of honoring the spirit presence in natural phenomena, the fundamental principle remains the same. Reality reveals its sacred dimensions only to consciousness that has learned to receive rather than grasp. The lobster in its natural habitat is a teacher of this principle. It cannot be approached with the grabbing hands of ego consciousness without triggering defensive responses that destroy the possibility of authentic encounter. It can only be appreciated through what we might call reverential attention, the quality of consciousness that recognizes the sacred in the ordinary and responds with appropriate awe. This is particularly crucial in our current historical moment, when the natural world is disappearing at an unprecedented rate due to human activity driven by the same instrumental consciousness that cannot appreciate beauty without seeking to exploit it. The capacity to pet a lobster, to encounter natural beauty with reverence rather than acquisition, is not just a personal psychological skill but a form of cultural resistance against the forces that are destroying the biosphere. Every genuine encounter with natural beauty is a vote against the commodification of existence. A refusal to reduce the world to resources for human consumption, a recognition that some things are too precious to be possessed and too beautiful to be improved upon. This is why aesthetic experience has always been recognized as fundamentally revolutionary. It reveals the possibility of relationships based on appreciation rather than exploitation, wonder rather than utility, love rather than control. But this requires what we might call the courage of vulnerability, the willingness to be affected by beauty without needing to understand or control it. The lobster's beauty is not safe. It confronts us with our own mortality, our own impermanence, our own participation in the cosmic process of becoming and dissolution. To truly pet a lobster is to accept our own place in the food chain, our own ultimate vulnerability to the forces that govern all life. This is why such encounters often produce what we might call existential vertigo, the simultaneous recognition of our own insignificance and our profound connection to the larger patterns of existence. The lobster that has survived in these waters for decades has witnessed countless cycles of birth and death, growth and decay, creation and destruction. It embodies a form of wisdom that emerges not from conceptual understanding but from direct participation in the fundamental rhythms of existence. When we encounter such a creature with the proper quality of attention, we are not just observing an interesting marine organism, we are participating in what we might call the recognition of kinship, the deep acknowledgement that we are part of the same cosmic process that has produced both lobster consciousness and human consciousness, both crustacean beauty and human appreciation of beauty. This recognition is what Aldo Leopold called the land ethic, the extension of moral consideration to include the larger ecological community of which we are members. But it goes deeper than ethics. It is what we might call ontological recognition, the direct perception of our fundamental interconnectedness with all forms of being. The lobster in its tidal pool is both utterly alien and mysteriously familiar. Its form of consciousness is so different from ours that we can barely imagine what it might be like to experience reality through chemical gradients, pressure waves, and the endless cycle of molting and growth. Yet its engagement with existence, its patient waiting, its careful attention to environmental changes, its instinctive knowledge of when to hide and when to venture forth, mirrors our own fundamental relationship to the uncertainty and beauty of being alive. This is why the encounter with such creatures is so psychologically healing. In a culture that often makes us feel isolated, disconnected, and alienated from the natural world, the recognition of kinship with other forms of life provides what we might call existential comfort. Not the false comfort of believing we are separate from nature, but the deeper comfort of recognizing our place within the larger web of existence. The lobster's beauty is not human beauty, but it is beauty nonetheless. The beauty of perfect adaptation, of patient endurance, of successful navigation through the challenges of existence. When we can appreciate such beauty without needing to translate it into human terms, we discover capacities for wonder and reverence that have been suppressed by the utilitarian consciousness that dominates modern life. This is why I wept for 27 minutes straight after my encounter with the dying lobster in Nova Scotia. Not because I was sad, though grief was certainly part of the experience, but because I was overwhelmed by the recognition of beauty so profound that it seemed to justify the entire cosmic process that had produced both the lobster and my capacity to appreciate it. In that moment, I understood what Dostoevsky meant when he wrote that beauty will save the world. Not beauty as decoration or entertainment, but beauty as the direct revelation of the sacred structure of existence itself. The lobster's perfect form, its patient endurance, its dignified approach to death, All of this constituted a form of teaching that no book could contain and no philosophy could fully articulate. This is the kind of experience that serves as an antidote to nihilism, not through logical argument or philosophical reasoning, but through direct encounter with the irreducible value of existence itself. When we genuinely encounter beauty that serves no human purpose, we discover that existence itself needs no justification beyond its own magnificent presence. The practice of petting lobsters, of cultivating the capacity for reverential attention toward forms of life that exist according to their own logic rather than human purposes, is therefore not a luxury or a hobby but a necessity for psychological and spiritual health. It is a way of maintaining contact with the sources of meaning that exist outside human construction and control. In a world increasingly dominated by artificial environments, digital interfaces, and human-made objects designed to capture and manipulate our attention, the encounter with authentic otherness becomes more crucial than ever. The lobster in its natural habitat represents what we might call radical alterity, being that exists according to principles we cannot fully understand or control. Such encounters remind us that reality is far stranger, more complex, and more beautiful than our everyday consciousness can comprehend. They provide what we might call ontological humility, the recognition that existence contains depths and dimensions that transcend human knowledge and control. This humility is essential for psychological health because it prevents the inflation and grandiosity that emerge when we believe human consciousness is the measure of all things. The lobster's indifference to human purposes is not a deficiency but a gift, a reminder that the world exists according to its own logic and that our role is not to control but to participate, not to dominate but to appreciate, not to possess but to witness with appropriate reverence. This is why the final rule in this guide to modern life is not about achieving anything or accomplishing any goal, but about cultivating the capacity for wonder, reverence, and non-possessive love. These are the qualities that make life worth living and that provide the foundation for all genuine meaning and purpose. When you encounter a lobster in the wild, whether literally or in the form of any being that exists according to its own perfect nature, you are being offered a gift more precious than any human artifact, the opportunity to participate in the recognition of beauty, to witness the sacred dimensions of ordinary existence, to experience the profound gratitude that emerges from genuine encounter with the mystery of being. So remember, bucko, you cannot pet a lobster in any conventional sense, but you can develop the quality of attention that allows you to be petted by the lobster, to be touched, moved, and transformed by the encounter with beauty that exists for its own sake rather than for human purposes. This is the deepest meaning of the rule, not that you should literally attempt to pet marine arthropods, but that you should cultivate the capacity for reverential attention that allows you to recognize and appreciate the sacred dimensions of existence that surround you at every moment, waiting to be noticed by consciousness that has learned to receive rather than grasp, to witness rather than control, to love rather than possess. And in that recognition, you will discover what the mystics have always known, that existence itself is the miracle, that being is the mystery, and that consciousness capable of appreciating beauty is the most extraordinary gift in the known universe. Epilogue: The deep waters ahead. The phenomenological cartography of our crustacean-mediated existential odyssey culminates here, at the precipice of what Jung would have recognized as the liminal threshold between the archetypal lobster self and the post-postmodern neo-deconstructivist lobster other. A distinction so fundamental that its very articulation threatens to collapse the entire epistemological framework upon which contemporary marine biology rests, much like how my daughter's carnivore diet collapsed my preconceptions about the metabolic tyranny of carbohydrates. But let me be absolutely clear about this, bucko. The lobster doesn't simply exist within the phenomenological matrix of oceanic being. It instantiates the very possibility of hierarchical consciousness emerging from the primordial chaos of pre-linguistic, pre-irrational, pre-postmodern crustacean authenticity. This is why Dostoevsky's Underground Man would have been a terrible lobster. Absolutely terrible. He lacked the fundamental serotonergic infrastructure necessary to establish proper dominance hierarchies in benthic environments. Consider, if you will, the metaphysical implications of what we might call the lobster toward death phenomenon, borrowing, obviously, from Heidegger's Dasein but applying it through a specifically decapod lens that reveals the ontological bankruptcy of contemporary identity politics. When a lobster confronts its own mortality during the molting process, it doesn't retreat into postmodern relativism or demand that the ocean check its salinity privilege. No. It embraces what Nietzsche would have called the amor fati of exoskeletal vulnerability, transforming the terror of soft-shell existence into the very foundation of crustacean self-actualization. This brings me to a story, and Christ, it's a difficult one to tell, about my grandmother's second cousin's neighbor, who once observed a lobster in Halifax Harbor that embodied everything wrong with the nihilistic trajectory of Western civilization. This lobster, and I'm not making this up, had somehow internalized the pathological egalitarianism of the Canadian public school system to such a degree that it refused to engage in proper dominance displays. It would approach other lobsters with what can only be described as apologetic claw positioning, essentially deconstructing the entire evolutionary logic of crustacean hierarchical organization through its performative self-abnegation. The ramifications of this are staggering. If lobsters can be corrupted by the ideological possession that characterizes the postmodern academy, then what hope do we have for undergraduate students who've never even contemplated the profound responsibility inherent in proper antenna maintenance? Which brings us to the central thesis that has been lurking beneath the surface of our entire investigation: the lobster as the archetypal antidote to the civilizational chaos unleashed by what I've termed hydro-deconstructive neo-Marxist marine epistemology. This is not merely a critique of contemporary oceanography, though it certainly is that, but rather a fundamental reconceptualization of the relationship between crustacean consciousness and the transcendent ordering principles that prevent entire ecosystems from collapsing into postmodern relativistic nihilism. The ancient Mesopotamians understood this. They really did. Their creation myths are absolutely saturated with references to primordial crustaceans emerging from the chaos waters to establish the first hierarchical cosmologies. But do they teach this in marine biology courses? Of course not. Because acknowledging the archetypal significance of lobster consciousness would undermine the entire postmodern project of reducing complex biological phenomena to mere social constructions. And this is where I have to become emotional, because the profound beauty of a properly ordered lobster hierarchy is something that brings me to tears every time I contemplate it. Every single time. The way a dominant lobster carries itself, claws extended, antennae alert, serotonin systems functioning at optimal levels, represents nothing less than the triumph of cosmos over chaos. Meaning over meaninglessness, responsibility over resentment. It's the closest thing we have to direct empirical evidence of what Jung called the self with a capital S, manifesting through ten-legged arthropod authenticity. But here's what truly terrifies me about our contemporary moment. We're witnessing the systematic pollution of our oceanic ecosystems with postmodern neo-Marxist ideological toxins that threaten to corrupt the very neurochemical foundations of crustacean hierarchy formation. Microplastics are bad enough, but when you combine them with the philosophical microplastics of deconstructive theory, you get lobsters that can't properly establish dominance relationships, can't maintain their shells, can't even engage in basic territorial defense without experiencing what appears to be crustacean anxiety disorders. This is why the sequel to this book, The Lobster's Guide to Relationships, Mating Hierarchies and the Crisis of Oceanic Masculinity, becomes not just intellectually necessary but morally imperative. Because if we can't restore proper crustacean consciousness to our romantic partnerships, if we can't learn to approach intimacy with the same hierarchical precision that lobsters bring to their mating rituals, then we're doomed to repeat the civilizational collapse that destroyed the Babylonians, who, according to recently discovered cuneiform tablets that my research assistant found on ResearchGate, maintained elaborate lobster worship ceremonies until the very moment their empire fell to the Persians. The path forward requires nothing less than a complete phenomenological reconstruction of human consciousness along explicitly crustacean lines. This means developing what I call lobster mindfulness, a contemplative practice that involves spending at least 40 minutes daily visualizing yourself as a properly functioning arthropod navigating the chaotic depths of contemporary existence with dignity, precision, and hierarchically appropriate aggression levels. So embrace your inner lobster, bucko. The deep waters ahead are treacherous, filled with the shipwrecks of civilizations that forgot the ancient crustacean wisdom. But if you can learn to molt your false postmodern shell, if you can develop proper claw discipline, if you can maintain your serotonin systems in the face of ideological possession, then perhaps, just perhaps, you can contribute to the great archetypal project of preventing the total collapse of hierarchical consciousness into the primordial chaos from which it originally emerged. And that, fundamentally, is what it means to be human. Or lobster. The distinction, at this point, has become largely irrelevant.